Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Welcome. Welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, guys. Hello. What's up? Yo, 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 yo. Yo, welcome, Luna. Welcome, guys. Welcome, everyone. Hi. Hi. Yo, how are you? I'm great. I'm doing great. Welcome on this fine weekend. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome this Sunday today. We have some big chapters to go through, I feel like, today. I think today is gonna be a crazy one because the next one is called Scarred Scar Red. So, but I do believe we have an extra before it. We have 8.5 before going into Scar Red. So, yo, wow. Manuel's here as well. Welcome, guys. I think 8.5 is quite long. But we do have 8.5 to go through, and then we go into that one. Then we can read this one at the end, because better that way. Long-ish. Okay. We have time today. We have time. I can go for long. So we're going into 8.5, and then we're going into 9. Might as well. I'm clicking. Hello? Oh, I need to click this right here. We're gonna need to get through the extra ones anyway, so might as well get them through now. No matter how busy one is, any person living within human means is certain to have at least some free time. Fair? Before that eating, for example, it's difficult to eliminate the time required to prepare a meal and the time after one finishes eating. This is particularly the case for those who do a lot of thinking. Since the body needs to use energy to digest after eating, there's less available for the brain to use.
ナイキはあれでしょ？ニケの文字りでしょ？アテナの持ってる縦じゃなくて小さな勝利の女神の
Name
方。
drop.
陸上競技に勝つってイメージじゃない？
Nike!
さすがブランド品とか大好きな青子さん。どうでもいい知識だけはそれなりっすね。
The studious resident of the mansion was now taking refuge on the sofa, looking exhausted. Alco was talking to the robin perched on the table. The bluebird flapped its wings, doing its best to join in on the after-dinner conversation. Alice was reading in the sunroom. Discussion on how to deal with the encroaching enemy mage wouldn't start for at least another 30 minutes.
じゃあアディダスはもしかしてアディオスの文字りっすか？
Adidas? Wasn't it two
あれは普
brothers?
通に名前じゃなかったっけ？
Wasn't it two brothers that like... I don't remember.
ほら、グリム童話みたいに作った兄弟の名前がそのままブランド名になっちゃったのよ。
Yeah.
ブラザーグリムは童話を作ったわけじゃないわ。埋もれていた口伝を収集して物語に仕立て直して、丁寧に編纂した人たちよ。職人というより学者の類ね。まあ、
that's a crazy opener.
多少は詐欺師めいたところもあるけれど。
Con man.
へえ。じゃあアンデルセンは？人魚姫とか親指姫とか超メジャーだけど。あと醜いアヒルの子。
The goat mentioned. Yo. That's crazy. Hans mentioned. Dio mentioned.
自分裸の王様とかたまんないっす。シンパシー感じるっすよ。
That's a banger.
あのクリスタルキングに。
アンデルセンは学者というより作家でしょうね。彼の創作意欲は裕福層や大衆、平凡な幸福を得ている人々、果ては女性像への憤りから生まれたものだと言われているし、知的好奇心から筆を取ったのではなく、感情を訴えるために筆を取った人。あまりこういう説明はしたくないのだけれど、それぞれ分けて説明するなら、マザーグースは歌、ブラザーグリムは物語、 アンデルセンは偶話ね。
Ooh, I like that. More of a fable or an allegory? Ooh, okay.
ミツバチマッチはアニメっすね。ところで青子さん、アシックスの由来は何すか？
The dicky bird behind the Japanese sportswear name. I don't know about that one.
これは私も小学校の頃友達に聞いたものなんで真偽はわからないんだけど、アシックスってもともと3つの会社が合併してできた会社なのよ。で、3社の社長が集まると足が6本になるじゃない？
That's a
だから
crazy
足、シックス。あ
convoluted
くまで
thing
俗
to
説だ
say.
けどね。
6 feet. Their CEOs would have 6 feet. Okay, sure. You good, Alice? Alice had dropped her book on the floor of the sun. Wait, on the floor of the sunroom and was biting her lip. She was clearly trying to feign calm and to breathe as if nothing had happened. She thought she was doing a convincing job of it.
あの子の笑いのツボもわかんないわね。
それはどうすかね。あんまりにもつまんなかったから怒ってるのかもしれないっす。
Maybe.
だって
Maybe.
アリスさん、怒り浸透しても笑顔になるんすよ。自分たまに見
Joke
る
so
っ
bad
す。
even Alice had to
アリ
laugh.
スさんの日記を盗み見てると後ろでそういう顔してるっす。それ以上見ると死ぬわよって。でも勘弁してほしいっす。見ちゃうものは見ちゃうっすよ。自分から素行調査を取ったらもう基礎本能しか残らない気もするっす。
But Robin felt compelled to give a counter-argument for some reason. Aoko let out a sigh. Even Alice sympathized with her over the difficult familiar.
ただいま。お、今日は2人ともいるんだな。
It was at this time that Sojiro returned. He must have just gotten home from his part-time job.
おかえり、お疲れ様。
Aoko's warm welcome was quite the opposite from the faint response in the sunroom.
夕食は済ませてきたからいらないよ。じゃあ、夜のバイトに備えてちょっと寝てくれ。
What a lifestyle. Sojiro still gave Alice a wave as he left. The dull thud of something dropping was heard as he entered the hallway.
おーい、なんか落ちたわよ。
Aoko peeked out on the sofa to yell for Sojiro.
ああ、ポケットに入れっぱなしだった。
Sojiro calmly and naturally walked back to pick up what looked to be some kind of envelope. Perhaps it was instinct, but the human eye was drawn to motion. Even if it was something one had no personal interest in, Aoko keenly followed Sojiro's hand with her eyes. Money! A wad of cash. She had to restrain herself from shouting her thoughts out loud as she leaped up from the sofa.
どうした青崎。
どうしたって、
Aoko found it difficult to come up with a proper response to the pure innocent eyes staring back at her. Aoko, maybe he just got paid. She was ashamed at how she could jump at the enticing sight of so much money.
なんでもない。そうよね。普通にアルバイトの給料日よね。にしても、結構もらってんのね、あんた。
That did look like a lot of 10k notes. There was an awkward pause before Sojiro smiled and returned back to his room. He sold the kidney? Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of 10k notes. Aoko sat back down on the sofa, still feeling a bit awkward. This is what set it all off. It began a series of events that Robin would later name the Dosh Affair. Sure. I wonder how much rent money they're robbing from him. It was the next day, and around the same time as the previous day's incident. Aoko was coming to pour some tea and relax when she heard Sojiro and Robin engage in some kind of debate in the drawing room.
その人が言うには、人と会うたびに小さな親切を尽くしてあげるべきだ、と。そうして一日が終わったら、その親切が何をもたらしたか、よく噛み締めなさいって。 たった一回の言葉だけの親切でも相手にとっては大きな意味があるんだそうだ。
うは、だから自分にビーフジャーキーくれたっすか？でもそれ親切じゃなくて袖の下っていう伝統芸能じゃないっすかね。アンダーハート見え見えっす。
Sojiro Celia's demeanor was more like a consultation or a proposal than it was idle chatter.
まああいつが妙なのはいつものことか。
Aoko decided to ignore what was going on in the drawing room and head straight for the sunroom. There, she saw Sojiro's coat on the chair.
ちょっと宗十郎、コート置きっぱなしじゃない。今のコート掛けか自分の部屋に持って行って。
And she stopped herself mid-sentence. Oh no, is there an envelope in the pocket? The envelope! And she could see the same kind of envelope that Sojiro had dropped on the ground yesterday inside his coat pocket. And it was even thicker than the one she saw the day before. Wow. She wouldn't allow herself to make a spectacle about it like she did yesterday. She reminded herself that she was a model student and student council president.
さーて、紅茶っと。
Feigning disinterest, she listened in on the conversation going on in the drawing room. Sojiro was still in deep conversation with Robin. Perhaps he hadn't heard her calls.
都会の孤独は万人に平等だ。一見して身勝手な暴力じみた押し着せの善意も長い目で見ればその人のためになる。
なるほど、親切の押し付けには一銭もかからないっすからね。ちゃんちゃん人助けするっすよ。
うん。ただより高いものはないって言うけどね。
どっちっすかこのシャバゾン。
Aoko was so intent on eavesdropping that she completely forgotten that she'd come to pour a cup of tea. There was no way she could ignore such a suspicious conversation.
こうも言うんだ。幸福になりたければ、初めは恨まれてもいいと。
Explain.
やれ金を返せだの詐欺師だの言われても、いずれその人のためになると分かっていれば、心を鬼にでき
Are
る。
you scamming people, Sojiro?
人に尽くしている喜びが、後ろめたさとか帳消しにするらしい。
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You just gaslight yourself that you're doing something for the sake of others while scamming them?
それ知ってるっす。でも微妙に違うような。
What the? Yeah, what? I don't know about that one, Sonoji. Aoko agree with the Robin in this case. Sojiro was referring to the words of a famous entrepreneur. If you want to find happiness, let's stop thinking about the gratitude or ingratitude and give for the inner joy of giving. What's up, Fox? That was the actual quote. Wait, let's stop thinking about gratitude or ingratitude and give for the inner joy of giving. Oh yeah, that's a bit different.
あるいはこうとも、貯金のある人は、その富を温存するよりも、会社がより豊かになるために使うべきだと。
They're bound to administer it to help their company prosper. I think you're learning some skewed lessons here.
それも知ってるっす。でももう完全に違うような。
Aoko was becoming upset with how much she was agreeing with the Robin at this point. This was a quote from an even more famous entrepreneur. Surplus wealth is a sacred trust which its possessor is bound to administer in his lifetime for the good of the community. That was how that one was supposed to go.
信じられるのはお金だけなのかもしれない。だって奥さんも子供もずっと一緒にいてくれるわけじゃない。不幸な事故で先立たれることだってある。
What are you reading?
でもお金は別だった。お金で幸福は買えないけど、幸福はお金になる。今は人の親切と温かい布団があればそれでいいと、その人は言った。
なんか無性にらしくないこと言ってるわね、あいつ。
What? Though his words are a bit strange and worrisome, Aoko couldn't spend much time worrying about it. She didn't have the capacity to worry about anyone else right now. Her battle with the enemy mage was always lurking just beneath the surface.
どっちにしろ私には関係ないか。
Aoko shrugged it off and turned her attention away from the drawing room. She told herself that she would forget about all this commotion by tomorrow anyway. What the fuck? What's he yapping about?
Tadaima.
Sojo was back from his job with a smile on his face again today. Work truly was its own reward. His mood was infectious, and Aoko smiled back while relaxing on the sofa.
はい、お疲れ様。休んでていいわよ。今日は昼からずっとバイトだったんでしょ？夕飯ならこれから作って、何？
What? Her smile suddenly turned frigid.
ん？どうした青崎？木の実の冗談を聞いた時みたいな顔して。
どうしたじゃない！いい加減黙っていられなくなった！いいから、そのポケットのもん出しなさい！
Sojo reached in and pulled out the contents of his pockets without knowing why he was being scolded. He placed the now all too familiar brown envelope on the table. It was far too thick to be any normal envelope. Bright and enticing, it was imbued with an enchanting aura all its own. There was nothing else it could be than a stack of cash.
まあ、これはどうしたの、しずきくん。
This is the most joyful I've heard Alice be ever. Alice innocently asked Sojuro. She was a bit dazzled at the sight, but there was no mistaking it for an illusion.
バイト代だよ。
そう。それはいいことだわ。明日はごちそうね。
Yo, what's up, gents? We're just doing the 8.5, so don't worry. The two remained calm, despite the abnormally large wad of cash before them. That being said, the one with the most common sense in the house finally had to speak up.
んなわけないでしょ！ちょっと宗十郎、そこに正座！どういうことか説明なさい！
And she knew more than anyone how serious this was.
説明って何をだ？
決まってるでしょ！この札束の正体よ！あんた今何やってんの？どう考えてもまっとうな職種とは思えないんですけど。
Yeah.
まっとうだぞ。この新しいバイトは少なくとも法には触れていないと聞いた。ちゃんとやれば危ない目にも合わない。コンビニエンスストアより割がいいし、俺でも簡単にできるという。
Unbelievable. Aoko was just about dizzy with rage by this point. At least not illegal. That's like when an obviously drunk person tries to contend that they are indeed quite the contrary.
正気に戻れ！日ごとお金が倍々に増えていくバイトなんてあるわけないでしょ！いいから仕事の内容を言いなさい！内容を！あんたどう考えても騙されてるから！
Sojo kept his mouth shut. He didn't seem to be too threatened by Aoko's reprimands.
ダメだ。いくら青崎でも教えられない。あんまり人に話すことでもない。でも安心してくれ。分類的にはちょっとした人助けと言えるだろう。あと紹介してくれた人とは一度しか会ってないし、支払いは常に現金だ。
この田舎バカ！
Yeah,
その文
what?
脈からして怪しすぎるんだっていうの！
Aoko stamped her foot in frustration. But who could blame her after hearing the standard lines for a scam? It's a new job, the pay is good and anyone can do it. And I'm not supposed to talk about it. Despite all that, the soldier was still refusing to spill the beans. They hadn't known each other for that long, but Aoko was well aware of Sojo's personality. Steadfast, explained him well. Once he made a decision, nothing would make him change his mind about it. At times like this, it was near impossible to get him to talk.
厄介な。
Aoko backed off, realizing it would be a challenge to get him to say anything at this point. Sojo couldn't figure out what was upsetting her.
なんで青崎は怒ってるんだ？
Aoko decided to give up on getting anything useful out of him.
そんなうまい話はないからよ。アリスもそう思うでしょ？
そうね。 青子の言いたいことはわからないけど、しずきくんはもっとやるべきだと思う。
You can do more. And so, Alice contributed absolutely nothing useful. Alco collapsed on the
大
sofa.
崎、
いいわよもう。よくわかんない理由で話す気ないんでしょ宗十郎は。考えてみればあんたなんてただの同居人なわけだし私があれこれ文句言う筋合いはなかったわ。
Just a roommate. Alco shooed Sojiro away with her hand. Unfortunately, she wasn't going to be able to sit there and stew like she wanted to. She couldn't just ignore this problem like Alice.
あいつはどう見ても騙されてるし、最終的にとばっちり食らうのは私
Ah,
だし。
yes, of course. The justification. She needed to be bold and make him quit the new job of his immediately. Is what a true friend would do. And it was also her duty as a student council president. However, Aoko started to think otherwise. Morals and a clear conscience were important, sure, but for a student living solely off of their parents' generosity, that kind of money was hard to pass up.
そうね。最終的に辞めさせるのは絶対にしても、これまで稼いだお金を捨てるのはもったいないし。
True.
仕方ない。ここは絡めてでいくか。
The wicked, scheming student council president sank deeper into the sofa. Her ability to play things by ear and her miserly nature were both her strongest and weakest points. The next day, noon. Aoko waited until her roommates were gone, then picked up the phone in the foyer.
もしもし飛び丸？宗十郎がこんなことになってるんだけど、あんた心当たりない？
She knows that he has very loose lips. So she's like, you know what? Spill the beans. Okay. The sound of the first train leaving the station could be heard far off in the distance. This was that time of morning when the town was deciding if it felt like waking up or not. Tomomaru Tsukiji was having a walk down the city streets at sunrise, enjoying the fresh, crisp morning air.
ほんと、街ってのは人間がいないだけで綺麗なもんだ。
The crowds had become a common complaint of Tobimaru's. To him, the tacky over-decorated street corners were the embodiments of human desire. At this time of day, the streets were nothing like the circus stand of activity they usually were. The main street was completely empty. It was like a lonely, tranquil morning after a festival. Wearing men in black were busy cleaning up and restoring order in the bars after the previous night's revelry. Around the back entrance of the local restaurants, the kitchen crew were busy bringing in their daily ingredients like stifling back tired yawns. Birds carelessly wandered the streets. There wasn't even the sound of a single car engine to be heard. It was a uniquely refreshing sensation that could only be felt from a city morning. What's up, Kev? It existed somewhere between daily life and exciting entertainment. This is the only time of day when the bustling modern world stepped aside for a slower, more nostalgic pace.
そうか。
Tobimaru searched through his coat pockets, but only found some older seats. He rearranged a scarf around his neck to keep the cold wind at bay. Meandering through the city streets, he'd ended up at the Central Park just as the morning magic began to fade. His stroke had no particular purpose. It wasn't for his health or anything like that. He was merely making his way home after a night out on the town.
バカらしい。
Oh,
何やってんだか。
he was out all night? Okay. Tobimaru had a moment of unabashed self-reflection as he drank a can of vending machine coffee. He didn't particularly hate partying all night long, but it was pretty boring since he still wasn't old enough to drink alcohol. He'd been at it for a few days now, thinking it was at least better than being at home, but he was quickly growing bored of it.
ま、年末に親戚筋が集まるのは仕方がねえし。
He grinned wryly at his own lame excuse. He was sure that he was out wasting time like this because he didn't really have a place to go home at the moment. The Tsukiji family always had a congregation of relatives over on New Year's Day, so as per his grandfather's orders. This is why his siblings and other relatives have been staying over at the Tsukiji home for a few days now. If Tobimaru was there, he'd just provide fuel for the fire. He decided to avoid the family drama and not go home while everyone was there. They just greet him with insults anyway. And if someone tried to start a fight, he knew he wouldn't be able to resist the bait. It would only cause even more resentment and trouble for his father. So for Tobimaru, there was nothing more pointless or less enticing than getting involved in his sibling squabbles over the inheritance. Tobimaru Tsukiji was the fifth born son to the Tsukiji family, which owned multiple plots of land in Misaki City. However, most of that land had been acquired after the war. Before that, there had been a minor noble family on the brink of ruin. The man who built the Tsukiji family into its own current glory was Kumikuni Tsukiji, Tobimaru's grandfather and the current patriarch. Kumikuni married into the struggling Tsukiji family and saved them after they lost all their power during the war. The Tsukiji clan were local Shinto clergy and relied upon Kimikuni's financial assets. Kimikuni, on the other hand, had leveraged clan connections to establish himself in Misaki City. While both parties came together for mutual gain, the Tsukiji family failed to recognize just how ambitious Kumikuni was when they accepted him into the family. He wasn't the obedient son-in-law they had imagined. He had grand plans of his own, growing and developing industries within Misaki City and many other areas as well. Kimikuni controlled all of these areas not as a member of the Tsukiji family, but under his own name. A castle's greatest defense was its moat, not the walls, and Kimikuni bridged the moat. It was the economic equivalent of starving out the enemy. Kimikuni's financial might subdued the noble Tsukiji family completely. In less than 10 years, there was no one in the family who could stand up against them. This businessman, accepted into the family as a mere son-in-law, had seized the Tsukiji name and the entirety of the family fortune. However, Kimikuni had fathered many children. He would not allow the Tsukiji bloodline to die out. That was also the only way to maintain the family fortune. His 3 sons and 1 daughter all married relatives of the Tsukiji family, thus strengthening the familial bonds that Kimikuni had weakened. Tobimaru was the 5th son of Toyoshi Tsukiji, Kimikuni's eldest son. That's crazy details of backstory. However, his mother was not a member of the family. Tobimaru was the result of a fling with a mistress. Oh, that ennobled birth defined his place in the family. He was his father's love child. Although the family's dignity was somehow maintained since he was the son of Hitoyoshi, it wasn't difficult to imagine the level of mistreatment Tobimaru faced from his siblings and other relatives. Being raised in such a hostile environment made Tobimaru grow up far faster than he should have. His ability to think quickly and objectively was honed naturally within this challenging environment. However, those exact traits also brought Tobimaru a great deal of trouble. Kimikuni Tsukiji. Unfortunately, against all odds, this great leader of the Tsukiji family favored Tobimaru over everyone else, including his own eldest son. Wow. Since Kimikuni had been a commoner himself, he did not believe in blood inheritance alone. To make matters worse, not a single coin from his great fortune had been given to any of his sons yet. The most loathsome thing in the world is the blood of the Tsukiji family. I never would have had any of you if I could have helped it. Jesus. Those words were spoken at every family gathering, and they were the absolute truth. He'd taken a liking to Tobimaru after speaking with him at these annual family gatherings and enjoyed playing chess with him in his spare time ever since. Everyone in the family was worried Kimikuni would name Tobimaru his successor. In this way, Tobimaru had gone from being worthless to a threat in the eyes of Kimikuni's sons. The son who felt the most fear and hatred was Tobimaru's own father, Toyoshi, who would have been the unquestionable heir as the oldest son. And this was how Tobimaru became estranged from his father. They no longer even lived in the same house. Toyoshi always acted like they had a great father-son relationship in front of Kimikuni, but that would only last until his father was no longer around or until Tobimaru was officially named the heir. When that happened, it would be all-out war. In any case, it would not be a pleasant story.
じいさんも空気読めねえからな。ほんと。
Tobimaru scratched his head in frustration. He really wasn't all that worried though. In public, it looked like they had a good father-son relationship. In private, they were in the midst of a bitter inheritance dispute. Things had always been that way, even before he met Kimikuni. The only difference was that his sole protector, his father, was now his mortal enemy. Tobemaru had always been at odds with his family. His father was just one more enemy to add to that pile. Staying out all night like this was Tobemaru's way of avoiding his family. If he was home, he knew they would try to gauge his feelings. However, they wouldn't openly attack him now. Even the relatives who looked down on him and his siblings who had bullied him as a child. The worst they would do was make snide remarks. Tobemaru was, at his core, a peaceful person who preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. Petty revenge or even stepping up to Kimikuni's expectations weren't on his to-do list. His father's worries were unfounded, his relatives were getting riled up for no reason, and Tobemaru had no intention of stepping out of his role as the prodigal son. However, his siblings who were around the same age as him, held a different kind of resentment. Perhaps they felt guilty for tormenting him all those years. Perhaps it was the result of their roles being reversed. He's going to get back at us someday, or one day. They lived in such fear of this that they didn't dare ignore Tobemaru.
そのくせ根回しはうまくねえときた。青崎ぐらいの大胆さで突っ込んでくるんなら、まだスリルがあるってもんだがな。
His family problems were simply a chore. They never really worried him much. He was used to human malice, although he nearly died from the physical abuse of his siblings. Damn, even though someone had once tried to kill him with true murderous intent. Oh, even though he had been exposed to how the elite, untouchable class of society treated others by his eldest son. It was all such a pain in the ass. These are all the events that would change a person's outlook on life, but he always remained cool-headed. That was just how things were for Tobemaru. He had grown bored of his relatives getting worked up over everything.
まあ、そのあたりは人それぞれか。親父殿には同情するけどな。あのじいさんの息子なんて波の根性じゃ務まらねえ。
Tobemaru honestly could not care less about who would be the next heir. He had no clear plans for the future yet. His only real goal was to wash his hands of his family and start fresh when he became an adult. Until then, everything that happened was a life experience. He continued his morning walk, thinking it was better to enjoy the nightlife now when he was so young. Someone was already sitting on the bench when Tobemaru entered the plaza. The crows gathered there flew off at his approach. On the bench sat a girl dressed in black. A well-dressed old man with a cane sat with her. These are familiar faces, so he approached the bench to say hello. The old man and girl looked as if they were grandfather and granddaughter. He seemed like a kind old man spending time with his grandchild. However, the truth was...
アリス、僕は今でも思うんだ。考えられるサービスはすべて実現させた。従業員への感謝も来園者への笑顔も忘れたことはない。なのに時代は僕を選ばなかった。それどころか僕の内なる芸術性を否定した。
What? Okay.
無念だ。死ぬがいい。腐った魚のようなマスコミどもめ。
Media vultures can die.
何が悪夢のクリーチャーか。あんな夢にまで見そうなマスコットが他にあるだろうか。やるまい。なのに連中と来たらネズミを二足歩行させれば満足ときた。そもそも犬をペットにする齧歯類とか冷静に考えたら怖いぞ。動物が動物をペットにするなんてモラルが低いにも程がある。あそこは
Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to
ペットにするべきじゃないんだろうか。
Let's get you to your home. Actually, this poor young woman was getting an earful from this old man. After his outburst, he paused for a moment.
いや、これは失礼。 リヒコよ、紳士たれ。
He scolded himself and hung his head.
答えてくれ、アリス。一体僕のキッツィちゃんは何がいけなかったんだ？
Yeah, Kitsy?
角よ。角をつけるべきだったのよ。
The girl in black returned the old man's solemn bow with a grim answer of her own.
いや、角はいけない。子供たちが怪我をしてしまうからね。僕は傷をつけるなら体ではなく心にしたい。
The girl nodded deeply, thinking over the implications of what this old man had just said.
さて、
Tobemaru didn't really want to get involved, but he was already too close. If he passed by without saying anything, the old man would certainly make a fuss.
こんちは。こんな朝っぱらからじくじく公開中かい。
Kokitsu.
時津のじいさん。いつまでも引きずってると死に損なうぜ。
Damn.
さっさと往生して息子たちを安心させてやんな。
おや、どこの悪ガキかと思えばヨタカの子供か。おはよう、トビー。君も相変わらず早起きだね。
俺は朝帰りですよ。お二人みたいに健康的じゃない。そら、クオンジのお嬢さんもおはようさん。
The girl looked up calmly at Tobemaru's greeting. It was none other than the witch on the hill, Alice Kuonji.
こうしてまともに挨拶するのは2年前のパーティー以来か。何にせよ珍しいな。
そうでもないわ。この時
She was at
間
a
の公園は
party 2 years
鳥を入れ
ago?
替える
That's
のにちょう
surprising.
どいいから。一人で散歩によく使うの。
ほう、そりゃ驚いた。箱入り娘じゃなかったのかあんた。
ええ。その証拠にあなたがひどい顔で歩いているのを何度か見かけたわ。遊び歩くのは結構だけど、青子に迷惑かけないよう気をつけなさい。
ご忠告どうも肝に銘じておくよ。
Despite the casual greeting, Tobemaru and Alice rarely interacted, though their fathers were acquainted. The histories and spheres of influence of the two families were very different. Though the Tsukijis held sway in Misaki City, the Kuonjis influenced the whole of Japan. Normally, someone like Tobemaru would not be in the same social circles as Alice. The only reason they could interact like this at all was because they were both friends with Aoko Aozaki.
バカな。トビー、君はアリスと友人関係だったのか。もしかして二人はステディな関係だとか言うまいな。
Sir?
やめたまえ。言ったら大事になるぞ、トビー。僕は心臓麻痺で急死しかねない。
This would be your
犯
one.
人は君であり、凶器はアリスだ。無論死因はこう書いてくれ。そう聞くも無情な恋の病と。
クオンジのお嬢さんはどうしてこんなダメ老人と？
Nice.
俺と同じ親父関係の付き合いか？
この人とはペンフレンド。
Pen pal.
分不相応にいいアンティークを持っているから、青子と二人で
Oh, okay.
少しずつ取り上げているの。
Despite this being one of the only times they really talked, Tobemaru and Alice both managed to completely ignore the old man.
参ったな。アリスは照れ隠しもチャーミングだ。ところで、僕のことはユーリヒと呼んでくれていいんだよ。
Mr. Tokitsu gently took Alice's hand. Alice's face remained neutral, like a doll's.
トッキー、私、
Toki.
いい絵付けのティーカップを探しているの。1900年代のラム工房のものとか。どうかしら。
あるとも。もちろんあるとも。今度おっかないお友達と遊びに来る時までに用意しておこ
Aoko? He responded to her request like an obedient marionette.
おいらくの恋って柄かよ。よくもまあ寝台潰さなかったもんだ。突版は。
You see, This old man was none other than Yurihiko Tokitsu. He was famous in Yashirogi as a former head of the Tokitsu Baking Company with factories all across Japan. He still served as an advisor.
老人とはなんだ。芸術家にとっての老いとは感性の凍結であり、しかるに我が心の火は絶えていない。
Where are we going with this chapter? I feel like we have so many plot points open at this point. Where the fuck are we going with this?
僕はまだ暑苦しいくらいに若いんだ。つぼみのような少女と恋を語らう楽しみは残っているさ。この年になるともう世間体とかどうでもよくてね。女の子と話すことだけが人生の意味になるんだぞ。
若いのかじいさんなのかどっちなんだよ。
おっと、失言。最後の方のは聞き流してくれ。僕が言いたいのは、女の子と穏やかな時間を過ごすのは最高ってことさ。トビー、そういうの君も好きだろ？
一緒にしないでください。あいにく俺は年上好みですよ。おまけに言うなら二回り以上も年下の女に欲情する趣味もねえわけで。
それはそうだろう。
That'd be quite a crime.
犯罪だ。トビーは17歳。その二回り下が何歳になるとか口に出したらいけないよ。
Mr. Tokitsu nodded his head in self-affirmation. He chose to ignore Tobimaru's off-color remarks. Tobimaru was reluctantly impressed with the man's magnanimity in the end.
ともかく挨拶はしましたから、邪魔者はこれで消えますよ。あとは仲良し同士、気兼ねなくどうぞ。
なんだトビー、これも縁だ。ゆっくりしていけばいい。なんなら今から僕の別荘に来るかね。ヘリコを呼ぶよ。楽しいぞ。
いや、お気持ちは嬉しいんですけどね。知る人が見ればとんでもなくブルジョワなメンツでしょこれ。今は避けたい気分なんですよ、そういうの。
Tobimaru Sho's words made his present situation clear to Mr. Tokitsu, and he reluctantly backed off. Such intuitive understanding made it obvious that this man had expanded the Tokitsu Baking Company nationwide. He had divined Tobimaru's complicated family situation in an instant.
ミックによろしく。そろそろ引退して子供たちと仲直りするよ。僕が言っていたと伝えてくれ。
はいはい。ぬかに釘だろうけど伝えておきますよ。じゃあな、クオンジさん。また朝に出会うことがあったら、その時は改めて挨拶させてくれ。
Allison's silence neither encouraged nor discouraged this. Tobimaru shrugged and left the plaza. He walked leisurely away from the park and came to an area of the city that was under redevelopment. There was a radio tower under construction there that the Tsukiji family had a hand in, but most of the capital for that project was funded by foreign firms.
この電波塔は10年先を見越してのものです。いずれ携帯通信は目まぐるしい進歩を遂げるでしょう。まずはそのモデルケースとして私どもの技術を三崎市に普及させたいのです。
The man from the foreign firm shook on the deal with Tobimaru's father, Hitoyoshi.
いずれは娘も三崎市に住まわせようと思っています。その時はあなたの息子さんともぜひ交友を深めて。
He was a handsome man who had a calm command of a leader. The fact that he had offered up his daughter to Tobimaru showed that he had researched the Tsukiji family's inheritance issues well.
親父も舐められてるって気づけよな。親父より先に俺に色目使いやがって。そもそも金髪女の相手なんざ願い下げだぜ。向こうで海兵相手にケツ振ってろってんだ。
Okay. Tobimaru stopped in his tracks after these muttered complaints. He decided to stop himself before he said anything worse. He'd walked far enough already anyway. The sun was completely up now. There was nothing more to gain from wandering mindlessly.
戻るか。
He turned his back to the radio tower and began heading home. 1 hour
坊
later,
ちゃん、お電話です。
Tobemaru had returned to the Tsukiji residence. He took the phone from the housemaid.
もしもし飛び丸宗十郎がこんなことになってるんだけど
Here we
あん
go.
た心
We're
当たりな
finally
い
here. Aoko Aozaki was on the line. That was never a good sign.
とまあこういうわけなのよ。
すげえな。安心できる要素が一つもねえ。
Sojiro seems caught up in a strange part-time job. I'll wait for you in the Central Park to talk about it. I swear to God, nobody sleeps in this show. Show, game, story. Nobody sleeps. They just pull all-nighters like it's nothing. I guess it's the high school buff. 10 minutes had passed since he had received his call from Aoko and returned to the park. Tobemaru felt a light migraine coming on after hearing about the situation. The young girl and the old man from before were nowhere to be seen.
そんなこと言われるまでもなく分かってるわよ。私だって人のアルバイトにケチつけたくないけどどう考えても普通じゃないでしょ。あんたあいつから何か聞いてない？
You weren't up at 5:25 on FGO randomly? I woke up at 5. I didn't go to sleep at 5. There's a difference. I slept a full 6 hours.
悪いな。期待には応えられん。宗十郎はバイトに関しては秘密主義だ。任されているからには他言はできない。とかなんとかな。
そうなのよね。あいつ他人の事情に関しちゃ缶詰みたいに切りがたいからガキガキにされない限り口割らないのよ。
ほう、それはそれは。青崎にそこまで言わせるとはね。宗十郎も信頼されたもんだ。
どういう意味よそれ。
はいはね、言葉通りに受け取ってくれ。お前、基本的に何にだって怒るだろ。そんな女が学校外で世話を焼くなんて、よっぽど気に入ったのかと思ってな。
違うわよ。あいつが問題を起こしたら私たちにまで飛び火するじゃない。こんなの誰がどう見てもただのリスク回
Just
避
a
でし
risk
ょ。
conversion. Yes, of course.
なるほど。公務として見過ごせないってわけか。
そうよ。悪い？
いやー、悪かねえさ。むしろ
I
尊敬する
respect
よ。
it.
ほんと、鉄の生徒会長だぜ。休日だっていうのに、学校の評判を守るためだけに働けるとは。
だけってところを妙に強調するじゃない。まあ事実その通りだけど。
Aoko's glad to suggest she wasn't interested in hearing any objections. The sale bluff was rather charming to Tobemaru, who was well aware of Sojiro and Aoko's current living situation.
別に。しかしまあ、そういうことなら副会長として付き合わなくっちゃな。会長は学校のために宗十郎を調査する。俺はそのサポートをしつつ、友人として宗十郎を気にかけるってことで。
Tobemaru said he would do as Aoko asked, but for some reason she did not seem satisfied.
じゃあ、そうと決まれば早速始めますか。青崎のことだから、宗十郎の勤め先ぐらい突き止めてんだろ。住所どこだよ。
それが尾行したんだけどうまく巻かれちゃって。
How?
駅前から2丁目方面に曲がっていたのまでは確実なんだけど。
The vice president was used to this. He didn't bother saying anything about her going so far as to tell Sojiro. Yeah, that's kind of crazy to just drop in there.
2丁目か。あの辺りだとパチンコとゲームセンターぐらいしか思い当たらねえな。1日に何万も稼げる店なんざねえぞ。
Maybe he's still working at the pachinko parlor
という
that we
か
saw
知ってたら
way
私
back
が
when.
試したい気分だわ。 飛び丸、念のために聞くけど、三崎町にあるお金の稼げる遊び場ってパチンコだけよね。
あ、親父の話じゃ風営法に引っかかる賭場はねえとさ。
Of course, of course.
三崎町の顔役は話のわかるおっさんでクリーンな極道を目指してるらしい。
Yes, of course.
パチンコ経営だけで満足してるって話だ。
The loopholes.
それは知ってる。一応確認しただけ。でもそうなるとますます謎ね。ギャンブル以外でお金を売買にしていく仕事なんてちょっと思い当たらないんだけど。
ああ、体でも売ってるとしか思えない羽振りの良さだ。
That's a
一晩
crazy
い
thing
くら
to
みたい
bring
な。
up. That's wild. There was a slight delay in Aoko's reaction. It took her a few seconds to register what he was saying, but then her jaw dropped.
体ってあんた。
ほら、絵画のモデルとか
Uh-huh.
バイト代は高いと聞くぜ。
Sure you did.
あ、割はいいって言うわね。美大生ってお金持ちだし。そうよね。それぐらいなら別に。
まあ、ヌードなのは当然だが。
This guy is messing with her so much.
結局裸じゃない。
Without any real information to go on, the conversation was quickly diverging further from the topic at hand. Without knowing the location or type of work, there really wasn't much to talk about.
明日もう一度総十郎を尾行するしかないわね。二人がかりなら見失うこともないだろうし。
そうだな。他に手がかりもねえし、明日にするか。宗十郎の羽振りがいいだけじゃどうしようも。
Tobimaru furrowed his brow. It seemed he had thought of something. His expression turned more dire by the second.
どうしたの、飛丸。何か思い出した？
ああ、ちょっとな。そういえば、最近妙に羽振りのいいバカが一人いたなって。そいつ、3日ぐらい前から金に明かして合コンし放題って話なんだが、
Kinomi.
頭の痛いことに、宗十郎と同じクラスのバカなんだよ、これが。
There were a few seconds of silence. Aoko nodded. She put two and two together.
あいつね。
The two immediately left the park to go and find the suspect.
チャリーっす。お呼びとあらば補習だろうと即サボり、遊びのお誘いだけは断らない木の実くんです。
This guy. Suspect A was apprehended with ease. Aoko and Tobimaru were both on the student council, so they knew their target would be at school for remedial lessons. Tobimaru got a call in Kinomi's class to tell him he had some good news to share outside. Wow, that's the way you let him out? Kinomi took the bait and came running out of the school's front gate as fast as he could.
ああ、補習中呼び出して悪かったな。
別に悪くないぜ。補習を口実にバイトをサボってみたものの、やっぱり補習もかったるかったんで、出席だけ取って保健室で寝てただけだし。
fair. fair.
で、ちょうど暇してたところに殿下からコールだろ。合流できると飛んできたわけさ。
Kinomi gave a double thumbs up to show he was he was really ready to have some fun.
そうか、てっきり外で遊び歩いてると思ったが、助かったぜ。お
In
前、
the arcade.
連日ゲームセンターに入り浸りだって聞いてたからよ。
ああ、あれね。ちょうど昨日ですっからかんよ。ゲーセンでおごりまくるのは気持ちいいけど、後に残るのは虚しさばかりだよな。
Yeah.
他校のヤンキーどもと仲良くなっても嬉しくねえっつうが、女っ気皆無というか。なんで女の子はゲーセン嫌がるかね。まあ、それも過去の話だけどね。所詮ポット湧いたあぶくぜに使っちまった金の話をしてもしょうがねえ。俺たちは明るく今の話をしよう。そうだろう、リッチな飛び丸くん。
Oh, oops.
ああ、その前に、こちらの御人がお前に話があるってよ。
こんにちは、木の実くん。そのあぶく銭の話を聞かせてもらえるかしら。
Kinomi's expression went blank. If anyone could sniff how dangerous it was him, and it stank like his impending doom.
僕勉強したいんで戻っていいでしょうか？
もちろん。洗いざらい質問に答え終わったら戻っていいわよ。こっちも時間が惜しいからスムーズな自白を期待するわ。それであぶく銭って何の話？あなたの月々のバイト料は2万円前後よね。
Okay.
その金額で3日近くも王様の真似事は難しいと思うのだけど。
It seemed the next logical question would be to ask if he had begun a life of crime.
なんだよ、会長には関係ないだろう。そもそも自白って何ですか？いきなり犯人扱いとかいくらなんでも横暴じゃねえの？つうか何の事件これ？
まだ事件かどうかは何とも。最近お金の回りがいい生徒がいると聞いて調べ始めたばかりだから。毎日何万円ももらえる仕事なんて学生には目の毒だし、そういったアルバイトは学校側に報告されてないしね。生徒会として危ない仕事だったら注意してあげないと。
Aoko was still smiling as she inched closer to Kinomi. She had never spoken to him this nicely after what he had done at the entrance ceremony. That alone was enough to make him think he was in big trouble. Yep.
へえ、それは初耳だな。最近金回りがいい生徒ね。俺のは違うよ。今まで貯めた貯金をなんとなく使っただけ。クリスマス前だからこう派手に錠剤しとこうかなって。
yes,
役落とし的に。
普通クリスマス前は貯金するもんだけどな。
Yes.
ダメよ築地くん、デリカシーが足りないわ。
Oh, they're putting on a full-on play for
残
him.
酷な事実は口にしたくはないけど、木の実くんにはイブを過ごす相手がいないってことでしょ。学友としてそこを追求したらかわいそうよ。
The threats. The threats.
いるわい本命ぐらい。真剣に同情する方がデリカシーに欠けると思うよ俺は。
あら、じゃあイブ用の資金は取ってあるの？
当たり前さ。臨時収入と貯金は別。俺通帳親父に握られてるからさ、予定外の入金とかすぐバレて怒られるんだよ。どこで悪さしてきやがったって。
My sister
部屋
searches
も
my
妹がチェッ
room.
クするしさ、隠し場所とかないんだよ。
In the
天井裏
ceiling.
に隠したエロ本すら見つけられるんだぜ。万札入った封筒とか見つかった日には警察に連れて行かれる。
Here he
だから
goes.
速攻使うしかなくってさ。
You're oversharing so much. Kinomi laughed awkwardly as if he was ashamed. He wasn't even aware of just how much he could let slip.
へえ、臨時収入？さっきと話違うみたい。
いやー、それはほらバイト先のボーナスみたいな。5000円ぐらい上乗せしてもらったの。ほんのちょっとだけだって。事件性とかないって。
万札入った封筒について詳しく。
うわ、話せば話すほど食い違っていくぜ。なんだこれ、
Entrap.
孔
It's
明の罠
entrapment.
か。
This is entrapment.
会長近い。ほらすごい、なんか寒い。しかもローファーじゃなくてブーツですか。この前封じられた俺の記憶が蘇りそうなんですけど。
Kinomi backed away slowly.
木の実くん、時間がないって言ったの、もう一度アピールするべきかしら。直接体に。
Oh. Oh. The threat of a kick to the face from Aoka was enough to show him that she was serious.
わかった、話すってばもう。臨時収入ってのは本当だよ。新しいバイトがあってさ、そこにしずきを紹介したら先輩にボーナスもらったんだよ。
なんですって。
This sounds like a pyramid scheme. Oh boy. If Kinomi really was working at the same part-time job as Sojiro, she wanted as much information from him as she could. This is the exact response she had wanted from Kinomi, if not better. But she felt dizzy from the implications.
紹介したらボーナスをもらえるって、それ。
It's an MLM. It was the oldest trick in the book for pyramid schemes and other unscrupulous business practices. Oh
いや、それが
boy.
さ、しずきが稼ぎを増やしたいって言うんで、ちょい怪しいバイトを紹介したんだよね。
This went back all the way to before the final exams. Kinomi told Sojiro about a job he'd heard of from an older student. Since the job required a kind, honest young man, Kinomi reluctantly gave up on it for himself and instead passed it on to a friend he thought fit the description. He's self-aware at least. Kind, honest young man? Nah, couldn't be me.
信じられない。そんな怪しい話にクラスメートを放り出しておいて、まだ友人顔するとか。木の実くん、普段何考えて生きてるの？
友達でも紹介するでしょ、こういうの。むしろ本当の友情ってこういうものよ。しずきも助かって俺も潤うんだからさ。無償の友情とかもう流行んないですよ。
そりゃそうだけど、そういうのはちゃんとケツ持つ覚悟がある時だけ口にするものじゃないの？
何それ、めんどくさい。会長、男同士の友情に幻想持ちすぎだってば。基本俺たちみんなバカよ。
あなたを見てると本気でそう思えてくるから不思議ね。飛び丸、あんたよくこんなのとつるんでるわね。
はいはい、そこまで。説教するならまた後でな、青崎。そいつ素でバカだから、本気で構成させたかったら1日使うぞ。
いや、足りますよ。ちゃんと1日で構成できます、僕。ただ寝ると忘れちゃうだけで。
ほらな。ま、てめえがバカだって自覚している分、
Yeah,
気づいてないやつよりは付き合いやすい。この若さで情けは人のためならずを実践してる野郎はそういねえし。
納得。確かにあんたと気が合いそうな性格ね。
いや、参ったな。なんだよ二人とも。いくら俺でも照れるじゃんか。今俺のこと褒めてなかった？
I don't
褒
know
めて
about
ね
that one. Yeah.
褒めてないわよ。
Yeah.
ですよね。
Well, Kirumi leading the way, Aoko and Tobimaru arrived at the part-time job in question. They moved past the new entertainment district in front of the station and into the seedy part of the second street. Aoko pointed to where she had lost Sojiro when she was following him.
この辺りね。木の実くん、そのバイト先ってどこ？
あの辺。
Kinomi pointed at the four-story office building. The entrance was on the side of the first floor. At first glance, it looked no different from an apartment complex. The hallway on the first floor continued around to the back of the building. The stairs were located at the beginning of that hallway and were the first thing you saw after
ちょっ
entering.
とそこの路地裏に入りましょう。
Aoko hurried off into the back alley where they were not likely to be seen. Three students stuck out like a sore thumb in an entertainment district like this.
で、中はどうなってんの？事務所って言ってたけど、どんな仕事？
俺に聞いてんの？やだな。俺が知ってるのはここまでだぜ。俺だって先輩に言われただけで中のことなんて知らないし、宗十郎をここまで連れてきたら先輩が紹介料くれただけだし。
Their top suspect just admitted he knew no further details. Hosuke Kinomi, co-defendant, or perhaps who they thought may have been the main culprit, was really no more than an annoying witness.
参った。ここまで無責任だといっそすがすがしい。ところで木の実くん、西部劇とか見たことある？役に立たない情報提供者の末路とかご存知かしら？
Uh-oh.
いや、俺映画って苦手なんだよ。でもセーラー服と機関銃なら見た。主演目当てで。
Sailor suit and machine gun. The lead actress is hot. Okay, I mean, I respect it.
そう？残念ね。夕日のガンマンぐらいは見とけばよかったのに。ま、どうあれ、情報提供者は悲惨な死を遂げるんだけど。
やる気満々だぜこの女。殿下、こんな教授ほったらかしにしちゃまずいって。首輪とかつけないとさ。って築地？なんだよしけた顔しちゃって。あのビルが何か知ってんの？
Oh?
まずいな。知ってるも何も。あれは最近やってきた詐欺まがいのセールス屋だ。英会話セットの販売と何ら変わらね
Ah, classic. Aoko was sad to hear that the truth was as bad as she thought. Hinami seemed confused as usual.
それ確かなの？
え。なあ、
Oops.
親父の秘書さんから聞いた話だ。間違いない。表向きは新興宗教なんだが、やってることは羽毛布団の販売だとさ。じいさまばあさま相手に質の低い羽毛布団を高額で売りつけているらしい。
Yep. Oldest trick in the book.
あの事務所も貸し事務所だ。1ヶ月もこの町で稼いだらあっさりドローンするつもりだろう。
Oldest trick in the book.
間違いなく宗十郎は騙されてるな。最高のカモだろ、詐欺師にとっちゃ。
Tobimaru slumped his shoulders in defeat. Aoko, however, was already in full battle
よし
full of
潰す
battle mode.
その後木の実は学校の旗のところに吊るす。
え直今のセリフだと縄じゃなくて首脊髄にぐっさり殺人。
いや待て青崎、それだと辻褄が合わん。宗十郎は大金を持ってたんだよな。それじゃあカモとは呼べねえぞ。
I mean, he's being paid a cut, right? So that must mean he's successful.
そういえばそうだった。木の実くんの発言に気を取られすぎてあの大金のことを忘れてた。あれってことはまさか。
ああ、騙されている側だったら金は減っていく。
He's the one scamming people. That's why he was saying the things that he was saying.
だが増えてるなら話は別だ。
Yep.
考えたくねえが、宗十郎のやつはセールス側に回ってるんじゃないか。
信じられない。宗十郎が詐欺グループの一員になっているですって。
はあ、まさかしずきに騙されるようなやつはいねえよ。だいたい嘘つけないじゃんあいつ。羽毛布団を売りさばくとか
Well,
絶
I don't
対
even
無理
think
だって。
I don't think he's lying. I think it's kind of like he just kind of half believing, half gaslighting himself that it's not
だ
scamming.
から、
Yeah.
宗十郎自身、それが悪質な詐欺だと気づいてないんじゃないか。
Mm.
あいつはあいつで、心からいいものだと思って売ってるんだよ。
ほう、なるほど、そりゃ納得だ。あの純真さんがお年寄りに大人気ってわけだな。やるじゃんしずき。今度会ったら俺もお裾分けしてもらった。
木の実くんの構成は今後の課題として。どうしよう飛丸、もう少し様子を見た方がいいと思う。仮にしずきくんが関わってたら彼にも詐欺罪が適用される。まだ未成年だけど。
あくまで従業員だから実刑は
Yeah,
か
he
からねえ
wouldn't
と
he
は思
wouldn't
う
be
が、
the one arrested.
敵さんはあれで食ってる連中だからな。
True.
宗十郎が雇われた時の契約書の内容次第だ。
そうよね。下手したら宗十郎自身もう入会してるかもしれない。
Aoko looked a lot more cool-headed now. Tobimaru had been serving with her on the student council for over a year. He knew exactly what she was thinking at a time like this.
入会していたら脱会は難しいな。あいつ本人にその気がなくとも、ハンコの力は絶大だ。それで、青崎、どこまでやる気だ？
営業停止は最低ライン。進行は自由だって言うならよその土地でやってもらうまでよ。
だろうな。そんな顔してるぜ、お前さん。で、宗十郎はどうする？とりあえず辞めさせるか？
当然。けどもう彼だけの問題じゃないわ。そもそもうちの生徒を雇おうとした時点で私たちの問題よ。しずきくんとは関係なしであの事務所潰すから。
いいけどな。厄介だぞ、あの手の連中は。サラ金と同じで法律上は何の問題もねえ。警察じゃせいぜい厳重注意レベル。下手に商売の邪魔をすれば損害賠償と言い出しかねえ。
This is a
せいてはこと
big
を何
operation
と
that
や
you're
らだ。
getting yourself into.
分かってる。まずは会社の概要と社長の素性、構成員の数を調べながら被害者の洗い出し。
Aoko suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her detailed plans. Sonoji,
どうした青崎。
Tobimaru noticed right away what Aoko had spotted. Aoko was looking at the crowd on the street. Yep, a familiar young man wearing a coat was walking through the lively second street. He walked confidently up to the office building and disappeared inside. He hadn't seemed to notice the worried trio watching from the shadows. The young man clearly saw Shizuki. He just started his shift, still oblivious of the severity of the situation he was in.
の
Aoko was shaking with rage.
待って落ち着け青崎。気持ちはわかるがあいつに悪気はだな。
ああもうなんか無性に頭きた
Aoko raised her head up in a fury and clenched her fists. She was no longer her usual calm and collected self. This is a student council president who ruled with an iron fist, fueled by her own righteous indignation.
飛丸応援団の美濃先輩に連絡取って今すぐこわもての団員20人ほど集めてきて喧嘩になるかもしれないからそれなりの装備込みでって
Yeah, storm the building, Yakuza style. Aoko darted out into the main street as she barked her orders. She looked like an esteemed general charging into battle against an enemy squadron.
ミノって応援団の団長のか。しかも20人って。お前一体何する気だ。
決まってるでしょ殴り込みよ
Crack some skulls.
まずは法律面での制裁からなんて考えが甘かった学生騙して私腹を肥やすような悪党には物理的な制裁で十分よそもそもスケールが小さいっての何よ本物の光ってこんなしけた街で羽毛布団とか売ってんな
待て落ち着け。さっきまでの平和的なプランはどこに
Yeah,
行っ
this is
た。
an extra one.
悪党を
8.5.
暴力で抑えつけていいのは警察だけだ。いいから踊りやがれ。
何よその警察が使えないから私たちが出張るんじゃない文句あるならダイアン出せ
文句はねまず落ち着けって話だ。そもそも代案なんざ立てるまでもね。お前さんさっきはどんな手を考えてたか口にしてみろ。まずは法律面での制裁をとか言ってただろ。
そんなのあんただって分かってるでしょあの会社の調査と並行して詐欺の被害に遭った人たちを探して私たちが間に入って連盟を作るご老人ばかりを標的にしてるのはおじいさんたちは世間の事情に疎いと見くびってるからだろうしなんでおじいさんたちだけじゃわからない問題を私たちでフォローしてあげれば被害者の会ぐらいは作れるわ
よーしその調子だ。確かに一人一人で掛け合っても連中にとっちゃ痛くも痒くもね。横のつながりを作るのは大事だからな。それで契約をなかったことにして取られた金を取り戻すか。
それは無理でしょうね契約書は絶対よ頭くるけど書かれたことは覆らない今からできるのはこれ以上の被害を抑えることだけローンの解約入会の破棄それと可能な限り金銭を回収する羽毛布団ならクーリングオフが適用されるはず全ての返品は無理でもやるに越したことはないわ
上出来だ。それで行こうぜ青崎。何もお前さんが悪役になる必要はねえ。せっかくの法治国家だ。
Within the law.
平和
Let's
的
do
に
it.
解決しよう。
それはそうだけどこんなの部外者だから言えることよ
This is such a random action
詐欺に
story.
遭った人たちからすれば取られたものは取られたままなんだし
それを気に病むのはそれこそお前の仕事じゃねえ。まずはクマリンに連絡しよう。あいつ
Kumari!
商店街の娘だからな。被害者の調査に向いているだろう。
Yo, the goat!
小鹿にあんまり荒ごとに巻き込みたくないけど仕方ないか OK 私の方から連絡する飛丸は美濃先輩への電
Oh,
話お
we
願い
we need some hands.
あこっちの話なら応援団必要ねえだろ。
必要だってば脅し要員だけじゃなくおじいさん間の連携に走ってもらわなくちゃ先輩たちいかつい顔して優しいでしょクーリングオフは書面に起こすことが大前提書類に弱いおじいさんたちの代わりに
Wow.
先輩たちに代筆してもらうのよ
なるほど、そりゃいい。数の暴力だな。連中も20人からの返品は夢にも思ってねえだろうさ。
Aoko and Tobmaru both nodded in agreement. Hinami had been completely left to the wayside in this whole situation, or discussion.
なあ、クーリングオフってなんだよ。俺聞いたことねえんだけど。
買った商品を返品して購入時の金額を返してもらうことよ。日本じゃ10年ぐらい前から正式に採用されてるけど、木の実くん聞いたことない？
いや、全く。ただの返品と違うの？
同じだけど、こっちは国が後ろ盾になってくれるわ。本物の光が法を盾にするなら、こっちも法で突き破るだけよ。おじいさんたちには馴染みのない話だろうから、そこは私たちが代わりにやるってわけ。
In reality, only a very narrow range of products were applicable for the satisfaction period law, and it was currently unclear if those handled by the Light of Truth fell under that umbrella. If it was not applicable under this law, Aoko would have to think of another plan. However, not 30 minutes later, that worry would vanish when they got the chance to examine an actual quilt sold by the Light of Truth. Light of Truth is also such a sketchy name. Once Aoko had an established plan, she will not waver from it. Waver mentioned. They had made a cafe with a view of the office building, their command center. And after they got together others from the student council for backup, their one-day blitz tactic plan began.
そうと決まれば迅速にね。二人とも連絡係よろしく。サクッと今日中に決着をつけましょう。
Tobmaru sighed at the thought of trying to complete everything in a day's time. Hinami, on the other hand, wondered why he had been dragged in to help. Although Tobmaru had gotten Aoko to abandon the idea of a physical fight, Aoko knew that the contact plan would be difficult to pull off and continued to research other options. There were many conditions that need to be met for this plan to actually work. The major issue was the amount of time elapsed from the time of purchase. For consumable goods, the time limit for a legal return was 8 days. If there were 30 or so victims, this would probably only be applicable to 1 or 2 of them. If that was the case, they needed to look for some other consumer protection besides the satisfaction clause.
何々？安価なものを不当な金額で売りつけた場合、暴利行為として公序良俗違反で契約が無効となる場合がある。ただし、公序良俗を根拠とするって。何よこれ、ほとんど売る側の勝ちじゃない。疑わしきは罰せずが法廷の基本だし、水かけ論じゃこっちが不利だ。
It was a difficult situation. They wouldn't be able to stand up to an experienced group of scam artists with their limited knowledge of the law. They need to fight fire with fire, or in this case, a scam with a scam.
騙し取られた金額分だけ、美味しい話で騙し取るって話か。
To do that, they need more intel. Aoko was studying the materials they collected for something they could use.
お待たせ。とりあえず追加候補10人分の住所と布団の現物持ってきたわよ。
サンキュー。さすがくまり。本気出せば仕事の早いこと早いこと。
Aoko took the list of victims from the student council secretary, Kojika Kumari, and immediately contacted Tobmaru on his pager. Oh my god, I have a pager. Although pagers could only receive short messages like call me, they were a powerful means of communication in an age where people relied on public telephones. Tobmaru called the cafe to give Aoko an update and hear about the list of newly discovered victims.
被害者の会はできたのね。仕切りは青山くんにやらせて。一応相手への牽制として名刺も作ってくれると助かる。事務局はほら、文化祭の時に作った偽団体あるじゃない？あそこの電話番号にしておいて。電話番は山城先生に頼み込むわ。
The victims advocacy group was currently at just over 10 members. The group's aim was to help the victims of the scam get their money back and remove themselves from the light of truth. Yet some of the victims had not even realized that they've been scammed, so with some explanation, about 10 more members were added. It helped that it was polite, young, well-dressed students who were giving them this information. The elderly generally seemed more accepting of anyone who was around the age of their grandchildren.
にしてもよくここまで調べたもんだわ。否定の20人なんてあっという間だったわね。あんたの言う条件が分かりやすかったから。60過ぎのご老人で一人暮らしで町内会に入っていない人を探せばよかったんだし、やってることは本物の光の販売員と一緒。でもこんなんでなんとかなる話じゃないと思うけど、結局のところ抗議するのが関の山じゃ。青崎、ちょっと何薄気味悪い顔で笑ってるのよ。
Aoko looked up after being called out by her friend.
いやー、面白いもん見つけちゃって。成果の乏しい戦いになると思ってたけど、風向きが変わったわ。ほら、見てクマ。
Kuma. Aoko showed her the product label sewn into the down quilt. There on the tag was what looked like the Japanese Industrial Standards logo. The Japanese Industrial Standards helped maintain the quality of industrial products in Japan. Products with this mark were required to be produced in accordance with the Industrial Standardization Law.
あれ JLS?
JLS, oh yeah, it is.
そう。こうなると契約書が逆に武器になる。百戦錬磨かと思ったけど、実際はウサギしか相手にしない素人ってこと。ええ、うまく話を持っていけば全額返済も夢じゃないわ。勝利の勝ち時はさぞ気持ちのいいものになるでしょうね。
Aoko took a seat, still grinning from ear to ear. She didn't bring Tobimaru's pager. Instead, she dialed a different number on the red phone while humming to herself. Aoko heard a familiar ringing tone to the receiver.
青崎、築地に連絡入れるんじゃないの？作戦が変わったって。それは後。今大事なのは交渉役を誰にするかよ。私や飛丸じゃさすがに貫禄不足だしね。こっちが有利になったとしてもまだ状況は五分だし、会話次第じゃひっくり返されるだろうから、被害者の会の代表はそれはもう少年のひん曲がった悪魔でないと。それあんたのことだと思うんだけど、違うの？いえいえ、こういうのは社会的立場のある大人じゃないと務まりません。安心してくまり、ぴったりのやつを知ってるから。ま、詐欺師には詐欺師ってね。
Oh.
この町には人を言いまかすのだけが仕事のやつって言っちゃったりするのよ。今日もやることなくて暇してるだろうし、たまには働いてもらわないと。彼女にかかっちゃサラ金だろうが教祖だろうが、1時間で精神崩壊。
What's up, Arnold?
裸足で山に逃げ込むわ。
We're doing 8.5, so you didn't miss much, don't worry. Aoko kept the phone receiver at her ear as she delivered these cutting remarks. The ringing tone had long since gone silent.
もしもし。
Yep.
まさかとは思いますが、今の話は私のことでしょうか。青子さん。
An eloquent woman's voice could be heard from the phone's earpiece. Aoko innocently said her greetings and smiled like a hunter who had just gotten their prey to take the bait.
常々思っていましたが。
it's not. Oh. What's her name? It's the nun, yeah. Okay.
あなたには年長者への敬意が足りていないようですね。青子さん。
え
Tobimaru and Kinomi had returned from the task and stood there wide-eyed. That person had invited to the the person Aoko had invited to the cafe looked so out of place that it was a shock to everyone.
はーい、ゆいかさん。わざわざ来てもらって助かるわ。事情は電話で説明したけど、もう少し詳しく説明する？
結構です。本物の光のことは先ほど律香から報告を受けましたから、あなたに享受していただく事柄は一つもありません。
ありゃま、ご機嫌なのね。よかった。そのテンションのまんま勝ち込みお願いね。一般人の一人や二人、ゆいかさんが本性を出せば睨むだけでそっとさせられるでしょ。
そうなの？ このお姉さん相田協会のシスターさんだよね。俺密かに憧れてたんですけど。いやそんな場合じゃねえ。どうも木の実宝介っす。青崎さんとはあんまり仲良くありません。
Kino is clearly trying to earn points by showing that he was also not that friendly with Aoko. Sister Yuika gave him an angelic smile
こ
back.
れはご丁寧に。相田協会で総職を務める須瀬ゆいかです。はじめまして、宝介さん。
いやーすんげえ、本当にシスターだよシスター。会長とんでもない隠し玉連れてきたな。あれでもゆいかさんに何してもらうの？いや俺はいてくれるだけで
Of
嬉
course
しい
you
けど。
are.
まあ大体想像できるが。はじめまして、シスターユイカ。三崎高校生徒会副会長、築地飛丸です。
Tobimaru didn't look so well. Perhaps he had figured out where this course of events was headed. The JLS label was indeed illegal. This discovery made Aoko realize how they could get the victims' money back and run the light of truth out of town completely. Sister Yuika was her solution.
てっきり証拠に物を言わせて訴えられたくなければ示談で済ませろ、全額返して出ていけって話かと思ったが、恐ろしい女だぜ。追い出すだけじゃなくスカンピンにして放り出そうって腹か。
は？なんでそうなるの？何？美人なだけじゃなくシスターさんってそんな権利持ってるの？
シスターさんがじゃなくてゆいかさんの人間力と言うべきね。はい、これ被害者の会からの連名書。一応うちの応援団の先輩たちも待機してるけど、何人か連れていく？
そうですね。逆上して手を挙げられては後片付けが面倒ですので、抑止力として5人ほど。あとは青子さんが同行してくれるのでしたら、私としては不満はありません。
Let's see.
え？どういうこと？もしかしてシスターさんが話つけに行くの？会長のがよくね？
いいのいいの。ゆいかさんはこう見えて荒事の専門家なんだから。ねえゆいかさん。
あなたほどではありませんが。いいでしょう。今回は利益が一致します。あの事務所の方々が違法を働いているのは事実ですから、罪には罰を、善良な人々を、特に私たちの同胞を苦しめた手合いには相応の痛みが必要です。
Let's see.
さすが泣く子も黙る鬼のシスター。期待してるわ。昔から商売敵を潰すのは得意だものね。
Oh, oops.
言われるまでもありません。一つの土地に二つの教えがあっては迷惑です。
Though the two continued to antagonize each other, they entered the office building fighting for the same team. The 5 bully members of the cheer team filed in behind them. They had left behind a glum Tobimaru and a completely clueless Kinomi.
わかんねえ。青崎、あの美人さんに何やらせる気なんだよ。
そりゃお前、口にはできない残虐行為だろ。相手の弱みを握ったらとことん叩きのめすのが青崎だからな。違法販売をネタにして契約解除をさせた後に告訴するって流れ。訴えるのはシスターの役目だな。立場上、学生である青崎よりシスターの方がお題目が立つ。何よりあの教会、たまに嫌な噂を聞くしな。連中、貯めた財産根こそぎ取られるだけで済めばいいが。
After taking a few deep breaths, Tobimaru also headed towards the office building.
天下も事務所に行くの？怖くない？
行かねえよ、おっかねえ。俺のはちょっとした野暮用だ。てめえも補修に戻れよ。今日の礼はまた改めてくれてやるから。
ばっか、補修なんてもう終わってるじゃんか。気がつけばもうすぐ夕方だぜ、夕方。楽しかったからいいけどな。
違いない。あっという間の半日だった。
Tobimaru waved goodbye and disappeared into the office building.
はあ
Kinomi thought it was strange since Tobimaru had just said he wasn't going in there. However, he left as well after He left his wall after hearing a noise that sounded like glass breaking on the third floor of the office building. A wise man never courts danger, as they said. Yeah, that is wise. The discussion ended without any major issues. The inside of the office was mostly untouched. Only the center line of desks had been pulverized by Sister Yuika. Things had been resolved peacefully without any bloodshed. The office had been conquered in about an hour, and Aoko was now surveying it. A large desk had gone through the window, flung through the air with a single swing of Sister Yuika's hand. Huh? The cell staff were shaking in the corner like they just seen the devil incarnate. Huh? Peaceful? Sister Yuika brought in the 5 members of the cheer team to seize the office's permits and other important documents.
あれ
I'm pretty sure you can get arrested for that, for flinging a table out of the window because it can fall on someone. Unfortunately, the one thing that Aoko was looking for was nowhere to be found. She went to ask the cell staff, who was still quivering in the corner of the room.
ちょっと3時間ぐらい前ここに人畜無害そうなの来なかった？ビルから出てきてないからまだ中にいると思うんだけど。
Everyone shook their heads no. The blind sister would never? Nobody had seen a student who fit that description in the office. Aoko was looking even more confused at this point.
でもまあ。
Huh. She was so happy that she'd done a good deed here today. Tobimaru entered the office building and headed straight down the hallway. He glanced at the stairs in front of him as he walked by, passing several tenants and heading towards the emergency exit at the back of the building. Tobimaru knew the geography of the second sheet well. If his memory serves correctly, there were some old one-story houses behind this building that had been around forever. There were old tin-roofed rental houses that stood against the tides of time. Though overshadowed by the recent trends of 2-story apartments, they were still there, alive and kicking. At the back of the office building, there was a river for processing wastewater. Beyond the river was a fence, and there were many one-story houses. Next to the building, there was a bridge that crossed over to the other side. It was a shortcut only neighborhood locals would know about.
なるほど。大したショートカットだ。地図なんて当てになんねえな。
As Tobimaru walked towards the bridge, he saw a familiar face exit one of the old tin roof houses. The young man was wearing a coat and was without a doubt Sojiro Shizuki.
明日もまた来ておくれね。
And Sojiro crossed the bridge while the old woman who resided there saw him off.
あれ副会長
ああ、奇遇だな、色男。
Slick. The two exchanged glances as they crossed paths on the bridge. Sojiro looked fairly spent. That was all Tobimaru needed to see. Sojiro's new job was a lot harder than working for any scam artist. They both stopped to talk on the footbridge.
あの辺りに親戚でもいんのか？
いやいない。一つ手に紹介されておばあさんの話し相手をしていただけだ。
No. For some reason, Sojiro readily revealed that he had refused to tell Aoko. What he had refused to tell Aoko.
そんな気軽に話していいのか？守秘義務とかありそうだが。
いや、秘密にしなくちゃいけない話でもないんだ。ただ、話しちゃいけない気がしただけで。飛丸には出てくるところを見られたし、正直、誰かに言いたい気持ちはあった。弱音みたいなものだから、副会長が聞いてくれるならちょうどいい。
Leaning on the rail of the footbridge, Tobimaru urged him to go on. It turned out Sojiro's story was nothing out of the ordinary. His new part-time job was to be a home helper in that old one-story house. This resident was a widow who had been left alone after her son moved off to the city.
はじめはただのお手伝いだったんだけどね。
He spoke with a troubled, slightly regretful smile. Maybe he was ashamed of something he'd done. There was a tinge of darkness behind that eye, a tormented smile on his face. Tobimaru found himself surprised at his own thoughts and slapped himself lightly on the cheek. This was his way of punishing himself. He wasn't sure why his imagination was running so wild now.
珍しく浮かない顔だが。あれか？出て行った息子さんとやらに文句があるのか？介護が必要なおふくろさんを放って好き勝手に暮らしていることに？
どうだろう。確かにおかしな話だとは思う。けど、俺はその息子さんを責める気にはなれない。だってそれは。
Sojiro stopped himself mid-sentence. Didn't think the son hated his mother so much as he did the town. He probably just found somewhere better to live and moved away. Soldier swallowed those bitter words.
お手伝いの料金は初めに全部もらってたんだ。今月だけという話なのに、10万円は高すぎると思う。
He showed off, muttering that he really didn't need that much money. The old woman thanked him for his honesty. That was part of Sojiro's appeal, most likely. In a matter of days, the old woman put all her trust into Sojiro and treated him like her own grandson.
ああ、それは素直に嬉しいんだけど、問題は。
She always saw him off with a smile and asked him to return tomorrow. Every time he left, she gave him a stack of cash in the hope that he wouldn't forget her. That's sad.
ああ、それだけで大金もらってたのか？
うん。お孫さんの代わりをしてほしいと言われた。あなたは信じられるから、これで孫のように振る舞ってくれって。
なんだそりゃ。少しも信じてねえよそれ。金で動く孫がいるか？そりゃヘルパーと変わらね
え。いや、おばあさんはヘルパーさんにはお金は払わないと言った。信頼できないから。あのおばあさんが信じられるのはお金だけなんだ。
She seemed to have some quirks about her, probably because she'd been living alone for so long. By this point, she lost all faith in the goodwill of humankind. To her, the bonds of a family were nothing but fantasy. After being cast aside by her own family for so many years, the only thing that remained faithful to her was the money she'd saved. Over time, this led to her developing a strange complex. For her, the money she scrimped and saved was the last thing she could rely on. The last thing she could rely on was the only way she could conceive of keeping someone in her life.
バカらしい。
アホか？
それって結局金で雇った他人じゃねえか。孫の代わりとは言えねえな。
それはおばあさんが誰よりも分かってるよ。でも偽物だと分かっていてもそれぐらいしか信じられるものはなかったんだ。おばあさんにとって家に寄りつかなくなったお孫さんは今一番欲しいものだから。その代償として彼女が一番信用できるものを真心として渡してくれたんだ。
She wasn't buying him, though. She just trusted Sojiro from the bottom of her heart and was thanking him in the only way she knew how. She didn't realize how that looked from other people's perspectives.
また厄介な事情に首突っ込んだもんだ。まあ、あんまり深く思い詰めるな。いい話じゃねえか。命より金が大事だったばあさんが今になって思い出の方に転んだわけだ。
そうかな。そうだといいけど。
It's a slippery slope, though. It was obvious from Sojiro's expression that all this still weighed heavily on him.
なんだよ、煮え切らねえな。どうせお前さんのことだ。もらった金は一銭も使ってねえんだろ。んなことしてりゃいずれ年金も底をつく。そうなった時に丸々返すつもりだから青崎にも黙ってたんじゃないのか？
Wouldn't be included in the movies. I mean, this shouldn't be included in the movies. To be fair, this is such a side
なんで
story.
飛び丸がそんなこと知ってるんだ？
まあ、いや、なんとなくそんな気がした。
Tomomaru decided it was best not to tell Sojiro about all the trouble they went through for him today. He knew Aoko would only make him regret it later if he did.
そっか。でもこの話の一番難しいところはね、飛び丸。その人にはお孫さんはいなかったんだ。
は？
Huh? After a few moments of surprise, Tomomaru let out a sigh. He understood. Being widowed with a son who's moved into the city and grandchildren who never visit, that was a normal, full and rich life. Sometimes, however, a person's dreams were all that kept them going. I see. The bottom is limitless. For every tragic life, there's another even more tragic than that.
時々油断すると思うんだ。みんな幸福そうに見えるのに裏を覗くとそうでもないのはなんでだろうって。なんか街全体に騙されてるみたいだ。
Tobimaru leaned over the railing and looked down at the bustling town below. In the end, Sojiro's words stemmed from his feeling lost in this environment. The woman who walked through life alone into old age. Tobimaru struggled with being antagonized by his entire family. Those are both personal matters. Sojiro's problems stemmed from the nebulous entity of the town itself. For every bit of progress made through modernization, there are also people left in growing misfortune. It didn't matter whether they were unequal in wealth or compassion, it was all the same. The larger a town grows, the harder it becomes for the weak to thrive. For a young man who spent his life in the countryside where everyone helped each other, that was hard to understand.
宗十郎、お前、この町は好きか？
まだわからない。そういう飛び丸は？
まあ、似たようなもんだ。好き嫌いも半々で、たまに何もかもどうでもよくなる時はある。だがまあ、お前さんとは真逆だな。俺はこの町のおかげで、てめえの悩みなんざ無視できる。ここに比べりゃマシだってな。空虚であろうと、この忙しさ、節操のなさは捨てたもんじゃねえってな。
ここに比べたらマシ？
ああ、違うな。マシというよりはありって感じか。バイトしてればたまに思うだろ。街ってのは隙間を作らないように回ってるんだ。欠席にしろ空席にしろ、空きができたらすぐに埋められるようにできている。当たり前のようで、こいつはよくできた共同体なんだよ。昨日までは誰でもなかった他人が、明日には必要な隣人になってるかもしれない。昨日まではなかった街角に、新しい建物ができていることもある。まるで毎日が切った縫ったの大手術だ。それでもうまく回ってることに、真剣に感心する。本当に、何かの弾みで思うんだよ。俺はてめえだけで生きてるんじゃなくて、どうでもいい誰かの、どうでもいい頑張りのおかげで、こうして管負けてるんだってな。持ちつ持たれつだ。そういう巡り合わせを成立させているだけでも、どんなバランスなんだって呆れるわけだ。
And just as the mountains are alive, so is the city. Tobimaru didn't seem to like the way that living creature had manifested itself. But even still,
そうか。敬意を払ってるんだな。
まあ、照れくさいが、そういうこと。
as someone who was born and raised in the city, Tobimaru was thankful that complete strangers were able to help each other out.
つうか、お前さんは贅沢すぎる。初めから好きなところに住めるやつなんていねえだろ。生まれる場所は選べねえしな。単純な話、自分が住むって決めたところを好きになるしかねえってことだ。
That's fair. Tobimaru gave Sojiro's back a hard slap. It made Sojiro straighten up his posture and snap him out of his slump a bit.
でも飛び丸、そこに住むって決めても好きになれなかったらどうするんだ？
どうしても好きになれないやつは、違う土地に行けばいい。嫌なら逃げてもいいんだよ。放浪するのも人生だぜ。
Sojiro was so impressed with Tobimaru's words he couldn't speak. They gave him a new perspective. It wasn't just the words, don't be scared to run away from a bad place. What he really felt a strong impression was Tobimaru's confidence, left a strong impression. Although he had been born in this town, he spoke freely of abandoning it.
飛び丸から逃げるなんて言葉が出るとは思わな。
逃げる先があるなら逃げてもいいだろって話。そりゃ勝ちとか成功とか、そういう言葉に固執するのも悪くはねえさ。だが、俺にはどうも勝ち続けるっていうのは固まるってことに見える。息苦しくてしょうがない。青崎みたいにがんじがらめになっても突き進むパワーもねえしな。心情は軽い方がいいだろうよ。
ん？人生は軽い方がいいのか？
いや、軽いとか手堅いとかそういうんじゃなくて、俺はもっとこう ロマン溢れるっつうか。
Tobimaro furrowed his brow at his inability to find the proper words. What he wanted was
そ
simple.
うだな。俺はきっと笑える人生が送りたいんだ。
And that was how he saw life. Tobimaro tried his best to put into words his thoughts, hoping his friend would find them useful.
漫才師か。
Tobimaru's shoulders slumped in disappointment. But even
い
so,
や、そんなもんか。
ね
実際。
sure. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that Sojiro wasn't really wrong. There was no end to human desire. The perfect life was an unattainable dream, and the only way to really win was to be able to say it. Was to be able to say with your dying breath that you had truly enjoyed living.
たく、青崎の影響かね。考えなしのバクとかっていうの。あいつ、ボニー&クライドとか大好きなんだろうな。
Tobimaru tiredly scratched his head. He never would have said something like this last year, considering how pessimistic he had been then.
ともかくだ。他人の事情にいちいち落ち込んでるようじゃ日が暮れるぜ。いや、実際もう暮れかけてるけどな。とんだ道草だ。
そうか。引き止めてすまなかった。飛び丸は他に用事が？
俺もおとなしく家に帰るとするか。
Get some sleep, my guy.
そっちも日が落ちる前に帰れよ。
You haven't slept yet.
何をしていたか聞かれたら隠さず事情は説明しとけ。その話、お前が思ってるほどひでえ話じゃねえから。
Sojiro frowned and fell silent. He still hadn't come to terms with his arrangement with that old woman yet. If he hadn't gone there in the first place, she might not have felt like anything was missing from her life. That feeling of regret was exactly why he wanted to talk to someone.
お前、残酷なことをしたと思ってんだろ。ばあさんの人生に今からじゃ取り戻せないものを見せつけた。どうかな。
Sojiro was stunned into silence. Tobimaru knew exactly what Sojiro regretted.
そりゃ違う。思い上がりだぜ、宗次郎。
True.
いいか、そのばあさんも自分は人生に失敗したなんて思ってんなら、今の自分にできることをさせればいい。幸い金は腐るほどあるんだろ。なら思いっきり人助けをさせてみろ。金で救える不幸なんざ山ほどあるだろ。で、ばあさんがどんなもんだと胸を張れたんなら、それは間違いなくいい仕事だ。少なくとも俺は気持ちがいい。
それはおばあさんの苦しみを解決していない。
解決できねえ問題は放っておけ。そのばあさんには今他に解決できる問題があるんだから、それでいいじゃねえか。で、悪いけどお金はこれから世のため人のため自分のために使うから返しておくれとなったらば、ばあさんの勝ち。偽物の孫なんざよりよっぽどいい生きがいに目覚めたわけだな。しかしこれで満足したから残りはやっぱりもらっておくれといえばお前さんの勝ち。ばあさんにとってはやっぱり孫の方がいいってことで、そん時は大手を振って大金持って帰りやがれ。
なるほど。
Sojiro clapped his hands together. He was finally able to accept these conditions as fair.
すまない。ありがとう、飛び丸。
His smile was no longer bitter. He would do whatever he could to help that old woman choose to assist others in need. Tobimaru thought that such unwavering confidence was a sign of true freedom.
気にするな。礼を言うならお互い様だ。じゃあな、宗次郎。休み明けにまた学校で。
His goodbye wasn't the friendliest, but Sojiro didn't mind. He ran home with a big smile on his face. Tobimaru's smile was a bit less carefree as he left the footbridge. The time was 4:30 in the evening. 4:30 in the evening? Sure. Night would soon fall over the midwinter landscape. I've never heard as 4:30 being described as the evening.
ただいま。今夜はまた一段と冷えるね。
Aoko and Alice were both in the drawing room when he returned. Neither of them had eaten dinner yet. Aoko looked displeased. Alice sat uncomfortably on the sofa.
あれ、もしかしてこっちの帰りを待っていたのか？
Alice quietly affirmed his assumption. Aoko vehemently denied it.
青崎、俺の気のせいならいいんだけど、なんだか昨夜以上にどうかしてないか？
Sojiro had gotten slightly better at reading the room, but he still had difficulty choosing the right words. Sojiro, good boy, yep. I show you worked up, was what she wanted to say, but she stopped herself. She wasn't actually all that angry with Sojiro, but
どうかしてるの青子。
してないわよ。してるのは宗十郎の方だっていうの。
Alice's additional remarks seemed to have been the tipping point. Sojiro thought this showed she was indeed worked up about something. Good job, Sojiro.
しずきくんがどうかしたの？彼、今夜は比較的まともだけど。
Sojiro felt like that was pretty offensive too, but let it slide.
もう分かったわよ。そっちから切り出すまで黙っていようと思ったけど、私の方から聞いてあげる。宗十郎、あんた本物の光って名前に聞き覚えはない？
いや、全く。初めて聞いた。
でしょうね。名簿にあんたの名前はなかったもの。なんだってあんな勘違いしちゃったんだろう。
I mean, you still did a good
骨
job.
折り損とまではいかないけど、また良くない評判立てちゃった。
Aoko let out an exaggerated sigh and flopped down onto the sofa, seeing Aoko in this weakened state as an opportunity. The blue robin flew jauntily down from the sunroom.
見てたっす。自分見てたっす。ご近所じゃもうおひれつきまくりっす。青崎さんとこの娘さんが
She's an
また
urban
指
legend.
一本で見せつぶしたとかマジパニー。指先一つでダウンとかどこまで都市伝説作る気っすか。
The robin continued to chatter praise for Aoko's deeds of valor. Damn! Aoko knocked it away with a flick of her finger and picked herself up from the sofa.
今日はお金持ってないわね。例のアルバイトはもう終わったの？
いや、まだ続いているよ。あのお金は預かり物だから、朝のうちに口座を作って預けておいた。
預かり物？
そう、預かり物。きっと全額返すことになる。
Sojiro took off his coat and began talking about his job as a home helper. He kept it simple, explaining how things began and the conclusion he'd come to with Tobimaru earlier. Aoko seemed stunned by the outlandish circumstances, but in the end,
はいはい、やっぱりね。安心したっていうか、がっかりしたっていうか。そうよね。どう頑張っても悪事を働ける人間じゃないわよね、あなた。
she was back to her usual offensive self. However, there was another girl in the room who had at this point gone
待
pale.
って。ということは、それはしずきくんのお金ではないの？
Oh no.
ああ、人様のお金だよ。
Oh no.
アリス？なんかとんでもない顔してるけど、どうかした？
Oh no.
それが、どうかはしてないけど、出前はしたわ。
はい？
Alice handed out menus for the local soba noodle shop and a cafe. The blood drained from Aoko's face. She took everything in. Alice quietly passed her a small note. On it was a hastily written order that was more than enough food for the three of them.
まさかもう注文を？
だって、そろそろごちそうのタイミングかと思って。
Alice's accusing gaze fell on Sojiro. Why are you blaming Sojiro?
そりゃあんたがいらない期待を持たせたからでしょう。アリス、あんなに喜んでたじゃない。
You
明
guys
日は
jumped
ご
to
ちそうねって。
conclusions. Sojiro clapped his hands together for the second time today. He remembered that Alice had said that yesterday.
ええ、あの夜、
Oh.
しずきくんは同意してくれたわ。
Oh, he did? Oh, yeah. Alice was eager to emphasize that this was not her fault.
いや、それは。
True, I guess.
そうね。
Okay, actually, it is his fault.
アリスのミスなのは確かだけど、悪いのはあんたもよ。 大金を持ち歩くってのはそれだけで危険なんだから。いい教訓になったんじゃない？観念して2人で感情折半しなさいよ。
You too.
いや、それはできない。あのお金は預けてきたし、そもそも500円しか持ち合わせがない。
そう。合わせても足りないわね。
Oh,
試したことはないけど、出前にキャンセルは効くのかしら。
an air of despair fell upon the Konji estate. Also, does she not get any money from her family? Is she like completely cut off from her family? Like, aren't they supposed to be like filthy rich? Aoko sighed as if none of this involved her. She hated to cuddle them, but perhaps this was her fate.
そうなるか。いいわよ、私が出してあげる。今日は臨時収入があったからパーッと派手に使いましょう。
Unexpected income. Aoko's sudden proposal made both Sojiro and Alice perk
つ
up.
まり、青崎のおごり。
Mage cut is expensive, remember Rin. Rin's mage cut is expensive. Because she's just spending gems for it.
そんな、信じられない。いいの、青子。
呼んじゃったものは今さら止められないでしょ。さっき電話したんなら今頃はもう坂を登ってきてるだろうし。まあそもそもこのお金も宗十郎が発端だしね。人助けをしたら被害者の会からお礼をもらっちゃったのよ。だから気にしないで。なんか居心地悪かったし、錠剤と思って商店街に還元する。本音言うとちょっともったいないけどね。
Her roommates began celebrating. Aoko sank back onto the sofa upon seeing the happiness her gesture brought.
ああ、悪戦身につかずって言うけど、ほんとその通り。臨時収入は泡と消えたか。
And thus, the curtain closed on a little incident involving a lot of cash. The blue robin flew down from the table again.
まったく嫌な山だったぜ。
The robin chirped and mimicked puffing on a cigarette, sure.
まあそれはそれとして、青子さんの空回りっぷりを忘れないよう、これをカーモネーギー事件として暗くしとくっ
It's
す
over.
ね。
The blue robin continued to laugh at that day's hero. Huh. Aoko flicked the bird away just as someone knocked at the door. Alice had ordered her favorite omelette dish and a set of cakes in the cafe.
まあそれなら。
Aoko was quietly satisfied with the spoils of an honest day's work. Oh my goodness. Well, you guys weren't kidding when you said this is a long one. It's a 2-hour one. Holy. That was right. That was right. It did a decent job building up some of the city and stuff. Right? I think it added a lot of life to the town. With the entire I'm gonna get some tea, but with the entire pyramid scheme and the thing with the old lady and how the town works. It was right. I'm gonna get some more tea and then we'll jump into the main chapter. Okay, let's go. Why is there no OST on the screen? That's fine. In December, the month when even monks were busy at work. It was the combination of the year. Perhaps due to all the put-off tasks built up to the seasons, the month could always seem to pass by in the blink of an eye. It was a day like any other in December. Though none of them were any wiser to what the others were doing, Aoko, Alice, and Sojiro had spent the day attending to their own affairs.
Nani? Kore.
Aoko kept the urge to kill out of her voice, but her menacing tone still reverberated in the room. The sunroom was often used to dine in when the weather was nice, since it overlooked the courtyard. It was a room decorated with high-quality furniture and upholstery befitting a historic Western-style mansion. The fusion of Chinese Chippendale aesthetics and traditional English Georgian elegance caused even Aoko, a commoner, to think twice about doing anything unaristocratic on the grounds. Truthfully, she was sickened by the flagrant waste of money. None of it was paid for out of her pocket, so she could have cared less what the purchasers spent their money on. 3 unbelievably out-of-place offerings sat atop of the lavish sunroom stable as if enshrined. Ooh. In stark contrast with the room, they appeared like meals prepared by aliens.
Sojiro, これ、なんか新しい冗談。
Aoko's shambling fists clenched and unclenched as she questioned the one responsible for today's menu. The clock struck 9 in the evening. Tonight's executive chef nodded dutifully, eager to explain.
これはうちの会社の新製品。パチモン臭いが、中身は本当にパチモンだ。と木の実が言ってた。そんなことより評価すべきは、社内販売なんで1個40円を切る低価格だ。すごいぞ。卵をつけても60円とか。
So it's just instant noodles, like instant ramen, and an egg on top. The corner-cutting chef seemed pleased with himself. Aoko wanted to grumble that the real steal was her appetite. Nice.
そう、よかったわね。ところで、今日の夕飯はどこにあるの？
Chef Sojiro thought for a second or two, then clapped his hands together in realization.
青崎、そんなに食べると太るよ。
That's what you... Oh my god.
つまり、これが夕飯だって言い張る気なのね、あんたは！
言い張るも何も、これ以外用意していない。
The two stood there, glaring at each other. Aoko gave off an air that said she would rather die than eat his food, while Sojiro was convinced she would capitulate eventually. He even considered chiding her for being a picky eater. As usual, the two didn't see eye to eye.
いや、私は食べないからね、こんなの。
Yeah.
お姫様みたいなこと言うんじゃない。だいたい、今日の夕食代はこれで3名様、200円未満なんだぞ。
40 yen now, 53.11. I thought it would be way more different. Wow, it's actually way closer than I thought. Thomas Chippendale, okay. Sojiro puffed his chest out at his penny-pinching prowess. Alice alternated her gaze between the two quarreling roommates and the strange food before her, which she also had never seen before. She remained a mere bystander in all this.
信じられない。一人60円の食事って、あんた一体いつの生まれよ。このご時世、新しくできた牛丼屋ですら贅沢に原価上げてるわよ、バカ。
青崎、1ヶ月の食費が3万円だけで、あんな好き勝手な食生活をしていたら、俺が君たちに殺される前に 全員が飢え死ぬと思うんだ。
30,000 yen for food each month. Damn.
確かに、昨日のアリスの肉料理は素晴らしかった。グラム700円から肉は種類が変わるんだって感動した。生協の果汁 100% ジュースだって、ちょっと本気でバカにできるもんじゃないと反省したよ。けど、あれが3日続いたら、この家はどうなってしまうんだい？
Sojiro was making perfect sense for once. Fortunately, neither Aoko nor Sojiro noticed the silent stare of disapproval coming from Alice.
その時はその時よ。それにね、昨日みたいなのはめったにないの。アリスはあんたの料理に触発されて柄にもなく頑張ったみたいだけど。
The noodles are gonna go soggy, my guys. With Aoko's words, Alice closed her eyes. She might have been trying to quell her anger.
信じられない。じゃあ、今までどんな生活してたんだ、青崎たちは。
その時はそれぞれで何とかやってたわ。飢え死に一歩手前ぐらい、いい精神修行じゃない。
Her brazen response left him speechless. Though a story for another time, Sojiro remembered a warning from a certain vice-president who had complained about a certain president incessantly bugging him to take her to lunch at the end of the month. Okay. But that was neither here nor there. Also, what are they doing with the
そ
rent
ん
that
な
they're
昔
taking?
のことより今のこと。前に見せたあの腕はどこに行ったのよ、宗十郎。あれを見込んで今日の夕飯を任せたっていうのに。
Out of everything, that seemed to be what ate at Aoko the most. The stir-fry yaki udon he had prepared previously had been very well received. It had even melted away Aoko's morning grumpiness with just one bite. However, Sojiro had not seen fit to tell them that it was one of the only dishes in his limited repertoire. For a bachelor, the ability to cook is as close to a superpower as one could get. 15 years into the future, it would likely become a highly desirable trait. Okay, Nasu. Regardless, that misunderstanding had left Aoko and Alice to overestimate Sojiro's culinary talents. Her ire finally made sense to Sojiro.
わかった。自腹を切るから出前を取ろう。作るにしても材料がないからな。
At least eat the noodles.
その代わり、それは回収する。
Aoko basked in her victory. It was then, after seeing Sojiro's face as he went to fetch the delivery menu, Aoko realized her misleading of him. What annoyed Aoko most was the fact that such little effort was put into dinner. But to Sojiro, this dinner had not been about cutting corners, but rather about a meal he had legitimately wanted to try. Aoko ruminated on how it would probably pass as food for someone raised in the mountains. And then...
アリス、何してるの？
Aoko noticed Alice standing near the table, holding one of the bowls tightly.
もうそれはいいんだってば。
I mean, this wouldn't be bad. This is just like enough for like some calories. It's just instant ramen with an egg on top.
宗十郎に返してきちんとした出前にしましょう。
You'll be fine. It's also like 400 calories, so it's not like it's a full meal. At most, probably not even that. In fact, despite Aoko's words, Alice stood her ground, firmly clutching the bowl. In fact, she seemed to be embracing it.
これ私のだから。
Alice's faint voice drifted across the sunroom. And just like that, the night's menu had been decided by majority rule. Aoko's shoulders sank in disappointment at her lot that evening. Come to think of it, Alice was always peculiar about things she deemed hers. Sure, it was morning, and there were 10 days left in December. While the rest of the city was preparing for Christmas festivities, Sojiro headed to his part-time job. Though it looked like it would snow at any minute, the tree-lined streets were busy with foot traffic. These days were particularly merry. Students on winter break spent their days hanging out with friends while they counted down the days until the holidays. Call for Christmas cakes lined storefronts, placed like charms to ward off evil. Huge advertisements adorned the sides of buildings. The station plaza bustled with pop-up stalls. Sojiro stepped out of the milling crowd and into the phone booth. Safe from the winter wind, the inside seemed warm by comparison. The thought that it would actually be nice to have one in the mountains crossed his mind. He inserted a coin into the phone. He dialed a number from his memory, his fingers punching the keys with a somewhat practiced motion. After about 5 seconds, the phone began to ring. Another 5 seconds, another ring. 10 seconds had passed. He gazed through the window at the various signs and the surrounding buildings and marveled at the sheer number of people out and about so early. The number he dialed was that of Tobimaru Tsukiji. The Tsukiji name was well known in Misaki as a distinguished land-owning family going back generations. Incidentally, the residence was located in the neighboring town of Yashirogi. A kind elderly female voice finally replaced the ringtone. After her polite greeting, she handed over the phone to Sojiro's target.
おはよう、飛丸。
はい。おはよ
He just woke up. He was still half asleep, or so it sounded to
一
Sojiro.
つ相談があるんだけど、いいか？
う。ああ、陽気に計らえ。
His response did not exactly inspire confidence in Sojiro, but he cut right to the chase. There was a long pause. He was hard to read from this end of the receiver.
あのな、単純なことで俺を起こすな。いいか、宗次郎。仲が悪けりゃ遊びに行け。
Oh my
機嫌
god.
を取りたきゃいいとこ見せろ。で、それが合わなきゃ早めに手を切れ。俺ができるアドバイスはそんなもんだ。
And with a piece, Tobimaru hung up. It might have been 10 in the morning to Sojiro, but after dealing with what seemed like a 6 o'clock Tobimaru, all he could do nod earnestly. Huh? Okay. He had a feeling his friend had just been trying to end the call, but deep down, he knew that the advice was sound. Sure. After the phone ordeal, Sojiro finished up his shopping and returned to the mansion just before noon. He was greeted by the sound of Aoko and Alice sitting in the silent gloom. Though he was unsure of the circumstances, from the outside looking in, it seemed like the aftermath of an argument. The silence was as deafening as a blizzard, or rather, the biting cold and stinging wind of it. One might also compare the drawing room to an enormous walk-in freezer. It would not have been surprising to look up and see icicles hanging from the ceiling.
やっぱり、今日もか。
He felt like a zookeeper, pained to see the raccoon and penguin at each other's throats. In fact, he had seen this literally happen the other day at the zoo janitor job, and now at his zoo janitor job, and now he glanced between them like a zookeeper trying to figure out the animal's temper. He works at the zoo as a janitor? Needless to say, the silence meant they were not fighting at this moment. Dinner served as a respite from the conflict. Sojiro was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the quarrel, but their day in and day out battles against the mysterious mage was clearly taking a
も
toll.
っとも、アリスはいつも通りだけど。
Across from the quiet and contemplative Aoko, Alice was reading an old book in her lap, as she was accustomed to. The book seemed somehow heavier than the other ones.
ただいま。煮詰まってるな、ここんところ。
He greeted them as he took off his coat.
煮詰まるぐらい事態が進んでるならまだ面白みもあるんでしょうけどね。今のご用よ、宗十郎。
ん？
Without quite knowing what Aoko was getting at, Sojiro quizzically tilted his head. He told himself not to think too hard about it, but it only made him more curious.
煮詰まってるってことはもうじき完成ってことでしょ。進展がないって意味合いなら行き詰まってると言うべきね。
Seemingly too preoccupied to scold Sojiro, Aoko waved her hand as though shooing off an insect. But Sojiro being Sojiro,
じゃあ言い直して。いや、あれから進展はあったかい？
sure. Sojiro held his ground.
宗十郎には関係ないわ。こっちの事情に関しては不可侵だって言わなかった？
Her response was calm but pointed. Sternness was her weapon of choice, and today she seemed determined to swing it at will.
もちろん聞いてる。ところで、お昼はまだだろ？
Sojiro chose to brush off Aoko's attitude. If Aoko's weapon was sternness, Sojiro's was blitheness. He wielded just enough of it to make Aoko flinch.
どうしたの今日は。何かいいことでもあったわけ？
Sojiro shook his head.
まだなんだ。じゃあちょっと提案がある。
He dug around the pocket of his coat, which was now on a hanger. Aoko gave him a dubious stare, while Alice's ears perked up at the upbeat tone.
実は今日給料日だったんだ。お金も入ったことだし、外に遊びに行こう。
He spoke with a warm smile as he removed his wallet from his coat pocket. The other two did not know what to make of it.
ソジロ。
She wanted to take exception to his bright mood, but found herself wrestling with the idea of reacting positively to it. After all, he was making a gesture of good faith to try and make things better with what little funds he had. The thought itself was not a bad one. While there was always a chance that Alice would keep quiet until the slightest thing annoyed her, at which point she would ruin everything, Aoko wanted to accept his goodwill. However, she was not in the mood to walk around town with either of the two, nor was the timing ideal.
悪いけど、今忙しいの。暇になったら思い出してあげるから、しばらく我慢して。
Alice had to give the same response, though wordlessly. Sojiro was not about to be held back by the sullen mood.
忙しいって、ここで黙り合ってるだけ
Bro,
じゃ
you're
ないか。
pushing your luck. You're actually pushing your luck.
徹夜漬けの時、気分転換は必要だって言ったのは青崎だろ。行き詰まったら回り右して戻らないとどこにも行けない。
Sojiro spoke with unusual confidence as he drew two tickets from his wallet and slapped them on the table. At first glance, they seemed like advance tickets to a movie, but not quite. They were tickets to a famous aquarium. To get there, they would take the rapid train and subway to a city several times more modern than Misaki. It housed not only the biggest shopping mall in the prefecture, but also a multi-purpose auditorium, set to open next year, designed to host international conferences and stage productions.
それと、夜はメシアンでカレーでも食べてくれ。
Saying that, he slapped the two bills on the table, as if he had struck it rich. It was Sojiro's turn to make dinner tonight, after all.
じゃあ、そういうことで。
Oh, he's just gonna let them go? Okay, I thought they were going together, but... His business concluded, Sojiro returned his wallet to his coat pocket. It was then that Aoko realized what Sojiro meant by be seeing you.
ちょっと待った。そういうあんたはどうするのよ。
Hmm.
今日はアルバイト。
Sojiro was almost too quick with his response, helping Aoko to see things for what they really were. Rather than for Sojiro's benefit, his gesture was instead an attempt to ease the tension that had built up between Aoko and Alice. Okay, that's cool. Though fast, both girls would tell you it was an unnecessary gesture. Still, for him to pay this much attention to the household, if anything, gave Aoko reason to reflect on her own immaturity. I mean, they were so locked into the entire maid stuff that it's understandable why he would be, as an outside perspective, he would be more attentive to that thing. Aoko glanced over to the still-seated Alice. At the same time, Alice picked up at Aoko from behind the book. They kept still, staring at each other.
私は構わないけど今やれることは全部やってあるし。
そうね。そういうことならせっかくだし。
Aoko stood up from the sofa, resigned to her decision. Sojiro watched on, a satisfied smile on his face. 20 minutes later, as Aoko and Alice were done getting ready, Aoko called out to Sojiro in the drawing room.
それじゃあ出かけてくるから、あんたもバイト。ソジロ？
Sojiro was crouched in front of the television, unaware that the two had entered the
もしか
room.
してビデオいじってるの？
ああ、ちょうどよかった。青崎、これ。
Pausing his audio-visual struggles, Sojiro turned around. Ooh, cute outfits. Oh my goodness. It's the rin ties. He froze in shock, forgetting what he was about to say.
私たちお言葉に甘えて出かけてくるけど、どうしたのよ一体。棚の後ろに落とし物でもしたの？
The soldier appeared to have gone stiff. Wording. Aoko stared at him curiously, though Alice silently nodded along with his bizarre reaction. She kept her thoughts to herself.
いや、なんかこ
Still gawking, his voice stuck in his throat. He was blissfully unaware that the shock he was experiencing was the direct result of his emotional state.
それじゃわからないってば。まったく落ち着いてるくせに妙に挙動不審なんだから。
Oh, oops, shit. Alice looked on in silence. He was not confused or in a daydream, that much he could tell. But this frozen look was by all accounts a first for Sojuro.
それで何かあったの？
う。ああ、いや、これなんだけど。青崎、ビデオってどう使うんだ？
Shaking his head to regain his composure, Sojuro pointed to the VCR. A VHS player sat on the shelf beneath the TV.
何？タイマー録画でもするの？
Aoko walked over and crouched next to Sojuro in front of the TV.
いや、木の実からビデオを借りたんだけど、映らない。
まず
Uh-oh.
テレビの電源が入ってない。
The TV isn't turned on. With a click, the TV screen flickered alive.
次、チャンネルを外線に合わせて。あら、意外にも真っ黒。木の実くんのことだからテープ頭から録画してると思ったけど。
Oh no. During this time period, videotapes were still rather expensive. Therefore, it was only natural for people to not want to waste a single second of the tape's 120-minute capacity.
割と趣味には気を使う性格なのね。じゃ、早送りっと。
Aoko picked the small remote up and quickly pushed the button marked forward. The VCR beeped in protest. With several clicks and thuds, there was an anti-whir from within the machine.
壊してないぞ、多分。
The vast majority of people who say this are actually very prone to destroying electrical equipment, but that's a separate matter.
おまけにテープが入ってない。
Oh, as soon as the words left her lips, it all made sense.
テープ？
Oh my god. Sojuro imagined a piece of tape, clearly confused.
宗十郎、木の実くんから何か渡されなかった？
渡されたけど、ほら、テーブルの上。
Though she should have been used to it by now, she caught herself wondering if Sojuro was being stupid deliberately.
木の実くんが何て言ったか覚えてる？
テープ貸してやるから、家に帰ったらビデオを見ろ、と。
一番大事な言葉が抜けてたわけね。はあ、失望を通り越して怖くなるわ。あっさり順応しているように見えてこれだものね。
Exasperated, Aoko fetched the tape in question. It was labeled Gaku Gaku Animal Kingdom African Adventure. To Aoko, this knocked Kosuke Kinomi down a level in the ratings file she kept for the student council.
で、このテープをデッキに入れて再生すればいいの。爪は折ってないから、録画ボタンだけは押さないようにね。
爪とは？
ここ。テープの側面にへこみがあるでしょ。これをカバーしているのが爪。これを切り取っておくと、もうそのテープは上書き録画できなくなるのよ。そうね。例えるなら授業のノート。大事なものだから消しゴムで消えないようにフィキサチーフをかけたっていうか、ヒューマンエラーを物理的に防止するアナログな防御法ってわけ。
She inserted the tape into the VCR and handed the remote to Sojuro. Just a small interaction used up a fair bit of Aoko's patience. Completely ignorant of Aoko's feelings, Sojuro gleefully pressed the play button.
前から危なっかしいと思ってたけど、まさかここまでとはね。時代錯誤にも程がある。あんた、山で何やってたの？空手家じゃあるまいし、熊を倒す修行でもしてたとか言わないでしょうね。
You and Sojiro managed to pick up on Aoko's rude tone, and he frowned disapprovingly.
それはもしかして俺をバカにしてるのか？
心外ね。事実バカにしてるんだけど。
Aoko answered, unapologetically. On the TV, a crocodile's yawning mouth appeared.
そんなバカな話があるもんか。なんでクマを倒すために修行しなくちゃいけないんだ。
Sojiro turned toward the TV in a huff. I guess because of his rare outburst, as he turned face to face with the gaping maw of the crocodile on the TV, he fell backwards in surprise. Aoko unpursed her lips upon seeing this, and delighted. It was relieving to see the boy this time.
けど青崎、この機械ずいぶん埃が積もっているけど、掃除はしていないのか？
私はあんまり使わないし、アリスは見ないから今までほっぽってただけよ。ダメ元でトレーニング用に買ってもらったんだけど、飽きちゃった。イメージでどうにかできる問題じゃなかったっていうか。
Aoko shrugged at her past superficiality. And Sojiro was led to believe yet another falsehood about modern life, that VCRs would go out of fashion.
それじゃあ留守番お願いね。バイト、本当はないんでしょ？
I mean, VCRs were popular for quite a long time, even after this period, right? For like the entirety of the 90s still. Aoko walked out of the drawing room, smiling.
Oh.
Her grin was the cheap shot that left Sojiro speechless. As he scratched his cheek, he was reminded that she was not someone to be trifled with. Yeah. After watching the end of the drama between her housemates, Alice made for the reception area as well. Let alone the room, Sojiro took his seat on the sofa. Well, it was certainly not easy making everything run smoothly around these parts. Until they came back, he could enjoy his crocodile watching in peace. Okay. Okay. It was actually just an animal video. Surprised. They took the subway from Misaki for 6 stations. From there, they rode another 3 stops by express train. After about an hour, Aoko and Alice arrived at Arisaka Station. While Misaki was a mixture of old and new architecture, Arisaka was a brand new town built in accordance with recent government ordinance. It was as though an entire town full of tall buildings sprouted up in the middle of nowhere. It was near the end of December, in the middle of winter break. And the bustling plaza in Misaki was quiet compared to Arisaka in the evening, even the bustling plaza. Whether it was the huge mall full of countless specialty stores or the crowded multi-purpose auditorium, there really was something for everyone here. For that reason, beyond its local residents, Arisaka Station was crowded with people from far and wide.
へえ、あれが新しい演劇ホールか。県内最大のコンサートホールらしいけど、中はどうなってんだろう。なんか周りのビルより背が高くない？
Arisaka? I've never heard of Arisaka before, so I wouldn't think it's a real place. They made their way to the aquarium, weaving through the crowds. Aoko might have been used to city life, but Alice was silently anxious. The people passing by must have thought the spell girl out of place, which Alice happened to agree with.
来年夏にはビッグアーティストも来日予定。で、ピンクトゥルーデが入ってない？ちょっとこれ日本初ライブよ、アリス。
Pink Trudy. Aoko exclaimed, overcome by excitement. That cat. This kind of pop rock band was right up Aoko's alley, but naturally, Alice did not seem very interested.
それよりセレモニーに予定されてるポーランド楽団の方が驚きだと思うけど
the dichotomy.
随分とお金がかかっているようね。ほんと懲りない人。
The OC is going so hard. Aoko cursed on her breath before carrying them along. Underneath the construction map read, with the support of the Kuonji group. Oh. Poland mentioned. The aquarium they were looking for was on the top floor of a massive building. Maybe it was because it was no longer a new attraction, or perhaps it was because the first floor cinema drew the crowds. With only a few people scattered around the entrance, the atmosphere inside was very calm. It wasn't quiet, but desolate, and far removed from the hustle and bustle outside. Perhaps they were going for a museum-like mood. Alice quietly caught her breath, staring in awe. She was like a child seeing the circus for the first time. Her eyes widened in anticipation and wonder.
お、気に入ったみたいね。よかったよかった。
That's cute.
宗十郎おすすめの物件は気難しいアリスさんのお眼鏡にかないましたか。
Aoko found herself smiling as well. There was a certain joy in seeing Alice's wonderment.
別に
Aww.
屋上にある水族館が珍しいだけ。
According to the guide on the wall, the entrance to the aquarium was nearly as big as the Kuonji Mansion's foyer. The outdoor penguin show was apparently suspended due to the star penguin Flippy undergoing treatment for an injury. It was an unfortunate state of affairs, but one that did not stop Alice from continuing to read over the guide. Apparently, she was quite familiar with penguin shows. Then...
Eh?
I can't believe it. Alice quietly whimpered, as if holding back a scream.
なになに、どうしたの？
Wait, was that voiced? No. Aoko said, still looking at the floor plan. It was rare to see Alice getting this emotional outside the mansion. For some reason, she was trembling. Nothing seemed terribly off about the aquarium's offerings.
ゾウガメがいない。
There's no giant tortoises!
話が違うわ、青子。どうしてゾウガメの展示スペースがないの？
どうしてって、そりゃゾウガメぐらいになったら、
It's an aquarium,
もう
yeah.
ほとんど陸上生物だからじゃない？大きいし。
なんで？ペンギンはいるのに不公平よ。イルカだって許せないわ。
It's a bitter pill for Alice to swallow. The idea that they did not have a giant tortoise, despite having dolphin, hit Alice's eyes hot with indignation.
ああ、言われてみれば確かに。
Aren't giant tortoises usually like at zoos as opposed to aquariums?
ペンギンとイルカは定番なのになぜゾウガメだけ外されるのか。ちょっとした日常の落とし穴ね。
Aoko said, certain something like a giant tortoise would be boring and unpopular. They were sensible enough to read the room. She was sensible enough to read the room, however, and kept her thought to herself.
アリス、こっち。チケットはあるからそっちに並ぶことはないわよ。
A few moments after the giant tortoise fiasco, presenting the tickets they received from Sojuro, they headed towards the once popular entrance. From the entrance gate, the corridor stretched into a dark hallway, completely illuminated in blue. Figures and faces became mere silhouettes in the darkness. It was no darkness born from magecraft, but a man-made area of twilight. A world of shadow and blue, the only light being from the illuminated tanks. The two witches continued walking down the artificial ocean corridor. Water tanks seemed like windows into hundreds of different worlds. Each had their own separate temperature and environment. It was as if they were snapshots of the same place at different times. Mesmerized by the refracting images of the ocean floor, the housemates' conversation grew sparse.
そういえば、アリスの家ってあれだけ大きいのにプールとかないわよね。なんで？
呆れた。水槽を見て何を想像したのかは聞かないけど、必要ないものを欲しがるのはあなたの悪い癖ね、青子。
必要ないってことはないんじゃない？水遊びはこっちよりそっちの方が馴染み深いでしょうに。
Are they?
もしかしてアリス泳げない？
泳ぎの経験ぐらいあるわ。夏は湖で何度も遊んだもの。私、大型のセントバーナードにだって負けなかったのよ。
Saint Bernard.
セントバーナードってアリスさんたらもしかして息継ぎとか苦手かしら？
この世で最も聞きたくない言葉の一つね。クロールとかバタフライとか。発明した人は半魚人になればいいの。
Okay. Flag, flag, flag. Their pace is more delicate and solemn than a stroll along the beach. It was the sort of absent-minded chat one might hear between girls anywhere in the world. In here, the only thing to do was look at blue screens.
でも驚いた。あんなにあっさり館の留守を任せるなんて。あいつがこっそり西館に入るかもとか考えなかった？
Like, what the fuck isn't the West Wing? Can we... I want to see it now.
彼、そこまで考えなしじゃないでしょ。それに、
それならそれで手間が省けてせいせいした？
そうじゃなくて、一度交わした約束は破らないんじゃないかって。
That he was not. Aoko nodded, her long hair waving back and forth. A certain gleam of surprise in her eyes. Onward, they meandered to the next aquatic world. Clack, clack, clack.
ところで水族館は初めて？
これで2度目。昔、友達と2人で行ったきりよ。
Interesting.
嘘？本
本当。6年以上も前、まだイギリスにいた頃。
そうじゃなくて友達の方。あんた友人はいないって言ったじゃない。
昔の話よ。私たち同じ名前だったの。それが縁でよく遊んでいたけれど、長続きはしなかったわ。
そっか、あっちじゃそう珍しくない名前なのね、アリスって。こっちで言うところの涼子とか花子みたいなもの？
Ryoko or Hanako? I feel like that was probably an 80s thing. That doesn't feel like such a as popular of a name nowadays.
ええ、青子とか赤子とか黒子とか白子みたいなものよ。
Shirako?
後半はみんな普通名詞なんですけど。
To each their own, a society of names. The sun in the waters was dizzying. Isn't Shirako, the fish sperm sac that they eat? Much like the hectic world of humans. Their hands swung back and forth as they walked towards the next world.
そういう青子は彼をどうするつもりなの？
どうって今の一件を終わらせるまでおとなしくしてもらって、落ち着いたら忘却のルーン探してなかったことにするだけでしょ？これ以上迷惑かけられないわよ。
Oh, that side. I forgot about the rune. Yeah.
それは私に？
あ、うん、そうに決まってるじゃない。ところでこの魚綺麗よね。なんか泳ぎたくなってくる。アリス、来年の夏は海にでも行ってみよっか。
海ってあの海？
もちろん。夏の海って言ったら灼熱の太陽と砂浜、水平線に沈む夕日ってね。今年は行けなかったけど来年は一緒に行かない？
呆れた。
Beach episode, yeah.
本当、あなたって楽観的。でもそうね、夏まで生きていられたのなら、そういうこともあるかもしれない。
Very optimistic. Not not ominous at all. Clack, clack, clack. The two girls journeyed to the next oceanic wonderland, mutually taking in the sights. The visitors of these winter waters had begun to leave, satisfied by their tour. The sound of their footsteps heralded their farewell. An hour into the wayfaring sea voyage. Losing themselves in the maze-like corridors of seemingly endless exhibitions, they somehow found themselves on the next floor. Aoko had heard that the aquarium was situated on the top floor, and was shocked to find out there was yet another above it. It was likely by design that the actual top floor could only be accessed from within the aquarium. Moments of intrigue such as this are what attractions are made for.
アリス？
Turning this way and that, she found Alice had disappeared. Her housemate had just been there, however, and Aoko took to looking for her. She soon found her nearby. Her white overcoat shone brightly in front of the dimly lit exhibition. She was staring motionless into the water tank. Alice almost looked to be staring through it, as though distracted by something.
どうしたのアリス？気分でも悪くなった？
She spoke, hoping to snap her out of it. Alice's typically cold aura seems to have all but left her.
珍しい魚でもいた？それ、余り物を端に追いやりましたって感じの水槽だけど。
Alice gave a non-committal response. Just ahead of her gaze was a single shadow.
わお、マンボウ。
Sunfish! It's a sunfish! Skadi mentioned! Alice remained motionless, unresponsive to Aoko's sarcasm. I love the sunfish. It's my favorite fish. She stood in silence, watching the poor little fish, drifting listlessly in the tank where they put the fish that did not fit anywhere else, here at the end of the hall. To put it lightly, sunfish were not especially pleasant to look at. What do you mean they're so cute? They're the cutest fish. When looking at one, it begged the question of what direction evolution wanted to take with it. It looked like it swam using rudder-like fins on top and the bottom, but lacked the grace of other fish. To Aoko, its eyes, body, and strange movements made it an awkward creature. But
ねえアリス、あっちの水槽見ない？ジンベエザメの回遊とか見目麗しいわよ。
Alice, unmoved, fixated on the sunfish. It clumsily drifted around its tank, occasionally bumping into the glass as it turned.
青子、この子、泳ぐのが下手だわ。
I'm not gonna take any sunfish slander, by the way, in the chat. They are the cutest fish. They're like so derpy, but like in a cute, like so goofy in a cute way. Also, they have such an interesting way of living, and also I think it's one of the fish or one of the animals in general that, compared to the size that they are when they're like first born, to the size that they grow when they're an adult, it's like one of the biggest growths in any animal ever. It's insane how many times its size expands over the course of its life, and also it has like a bunch of like parasites in it that just wait for the sunfish to get eaten by like a shark or something, so that they can get moved on to the shark and stuff. It's really cool. Alice extended her finger towards the glass, then retracted it, feeling childish.
ま、いっか。愛嬌だけはあるしね、マンボ。
It did not seem like Alice was going to budge. Resigning herself, Aoko stayed with Alice while she stared at the cushion-shaped fish.
へえ、マンボウってフグ目だったんだ。なになに？マンボウのメスは一度に3億個の卵を海中に放出する地上で最も多くの卵を産む脊椎動物である。なるほどね。他の魚たちにとっちゃ格好の餌になるから多く産むこと。それ自体が生存のための手段になるわけか。
Though Aoko seemed taken in by the biological details of the fish, Alice couldn't have cared less. She was lost in the ebb and flow of emotions between wonder and woe, with every clumsy bump of the fish into the glass. Out of nowhere, she softly spoke.
さっきの話だけど。
え？さっきの話って何？
彼について。留守を任せるとか、そういうの。
It seemed like Alice had returned to her normal self. And there was that cold aura. Whether inside the mansion or out, that stubborn chill that pushed people away was back.
私の気が変わったわけじゃないわ。依然として彼のことはわからないもの。わからない人をどうやって信頼すればいいの？
interesting that she flipped here.
まあね。でも、じゃあどうして？
青子のことはわかるわ。あなたはいつも正しい選択をする。だから青子を信じる彼の人間性は信じてもいい。
It was true. She did not know Sojiro, nor had any intention to. But because of her trust in Aoko, she could trust in Aoko's decision to allow him to stay. Mola Mola is such a funny scientific name. Yes, it is. It's great. Mola Mola. It seemed Alice was challenging her own feelings. It's kind of like the Mahi Mahi, you know, the dolphin fish? It's the same thing. But the Mahi Mahi isn't as cool as the Mola Mola. She said she could not trust someone she did not know. In other words, she wished to trust him, but in order to do so, she needed to know more about him.
口にするのはなんだから突っ込まないけどね。
Hello Mola, that's what it's based off of.
それより何？そんなに私のこと信頼してくれてたの？アリス？
ええ。好意はともかく信頼だけはしているわ。だって共犯者でしょ、私たち。
We're partners in crime. Her white coat swayed to and fro. Just like that, their short excursion had come to an end. Straight ahead was the exit back to the real world. A step away from the exhibit was a step towards becoming better roommates. This is a cool
優しい
outing.
顔をしているのに傷だらけね。
Damn. One last small whisper, and with that, she bid farewell to the lonely figure in the tank. That was a cool exchange there. Okay, nothing big happened. Okay, I thought something big's gonna go wrong on that outing. The sun set early during winter. By 4 in the afternoon, it had already fallen below the horizon. Evening seemed to arrive at the mansion earlier than the city.
なるほど。君の生態はよくわかった。
Sojiro sat alone, sipping his warm tea in the chilly room. He relaxed on the couch, staring at the window, having had his fill of crocodiles. Once he sprawled out on the sofa, his body refused to move. Maybe he had always wanted to try it. After 3 straight hours of crocodile watching, he intently pondered what it would be like to laze there for the remainder of the day like a reptile. Just as he was considering the opportunity nap until Aoko and Alice returned, an unnatural noise echoed through the halls of the mansion. Sluggishly, he rose from all fours to a bipedal state, as if undergoing an evolution of his own. It was a knocking sound that repeated itself regularly, with patient pauses in between. He recognized the cadence from something he'd experienced at his apartment before.
新聞の勧誘か?
Making for the foyer, Sojiro was impressed that they had hiked all the way up the hill. A featherless chicken. A bipedal featherless chicken. The knocking resounded eerily. Without a doorbell of any kind, visitors had no choice but to rap on the door using whatever they had in hand. It would take a literal iron fist to produce the din Sojiro heard now. From his position in the hall, the front door looked like an ordinarily built fortification. The steady double doors looked as though they could withstand any onslaught of blows. But now they rattled in protest to the repeated knocking. Whoever the visitor was, they seemed determined to breach the castle gate by force if its defender refused to sally forth. Fortunately for them, Sojiro was sympathetic, having experience selling newspapers himself.
はい、今開けます。
He knew what it was like to be in those shoes, so was unsurprised by their persistence. Oh shit! Okay, wait. Here she is. Here she is. Hi, Toko. Or should I call you Scarlet Red? Hi. Oh shit. Finally! Finally! There's the second surprise of the day. The soldier was struck speechless. He was greeted by a young woman who hardly looked the part of a newspaper hawker. Standing in the courtyard against the dusk-lit horizon, she appeared more at home in the European mansion than Sojiro did. She carried a dignified air in spite of her dainty frame. While a tad shorter than Sojiro, she was tall for her sex. Her green clothing was subtly colored yet flashy, and clearly inspired by foreign fashion. She seemed prim and proper, yet bold. Though vaguely garish, her appearance spoke of strength and confidence. And Sojiro knew all too well that such a woman was not to be trifled with. Damn, this is a lot younger Toko. Only, unlike the one he knew, this stranger appeared more friendly than intimidating. Perhaps it was her short hair that made her look approachable. Bright and brown, it stopped just above the nape of her neck. Sojiro silently thought that it was a shame she hadn't grown it out. She looked at him and offered a smile. Despite seeming visibly older than him, this made her appear impish and cute. Sojiro reacted with suspicion, knowing better by now than to fall for a charming smile. Also, seeing her here, I'm pretty sure this was her back at the pachinko parlor all the way back when. I'm pretty sure. At any rate, it was rude to stare.
どちら様でしょうか?
He tried not to look flustered as he greeted the visitor, to which she replied.
こんばんは。青子います？
She smiled as she used Aoko's first name with a familiar tone. About 10 years before
青崎はいないんです。
Garden Sinners, yeah. She smiled again, this time deviously upon learning of Aoko's absence.
それじゃあクオンジさんも留守なんだ。
Sojiro looked perplexed. This is the first time he had heard Alice referred to by her last name only, and again, with the familiarity of an old friend.
そっか。夜ならともかく日中から二人で出かけるとは感心感心。形だけの雑居だろうと思ったけど、ちゃんとうまくいってるのね。
Sojiro found himself nodding in response to her smile. It was strange enough that the visitor knew both Aoko and Alice, but Sojiro found her odd as well. Likely in her early 20s, she did not appear much older than he was. Okay, early 20s. She was clearly hiding something behind her nonchalant manner and bright smile.
それじゃあ帰ってくるにしても夜？
はい。終電前には帰ってくると思いますけど。
そう。ところで君誰？
Sojiro, troubled by her forwardness, wanted to ask her the same. Alas, who are you was a question far too difficult for
すみま
Sojiro.
せん。誰かと言われてもよくわからなくて。とりあえず、今は留守番してますけど、実は青崎の友人なんです。
It was a response without an ounce of persuasion to it. The young woman's face lit up at what she believed was the boy's attempt to tease her.
へえ、面白いこと言うのね、君。名前はなんて言うの？
静木宗十郎というのですが。
His shy answer made her giggle. Sojiro had no idea what he'd said that was so funny, but her laugh did not offend him. It came across as warm and affable, rather than derogatory. Then, after she finished giggling, the woman fixed him with a rather tender look.
いや、気に入ったわ。宗十郎くんだっけ？君には合わない名前だけど、それも暗示的で素敵だし。じゃあ、そういうわけで、お茶でも入れてくれない？
For hypnosis,
いや。
she slipped past him into the house, boldly striding through the entrance hall.
うわ、呆れた。ほんと以前のまんまじゃない。せっかくこっちに持ってきたんだから、悪いところはリフォームしたものと思ったけど、何も柱の歪みまで再現しなくてもいいのにね。
The visitor cheerfully inspected the foyer. The soldier still stood at the entrance. The clicking of her heels on the wooden floor echoed as she moved toward the drawing room.
どうしたの？
Oh my god.
こっちでしょ今は。
She disappeared from the foyer into the drawing room, oddly familiar with the layout of the house.
青崎かアリス、どっちかの先輩かな。
Soldier muttered to himself, walking to the drawing room. I wonder how many people didn't know Toko when they first played, or didn't know this was Toko when they first played this, because I feel like MiHoYo is one of those games that you, at least currently, that you play after you're already into the Nasuverse and stuff, right? It's not like usually the starting point for most people. So they're building this up as kind of like some kind of mystery of who she is and stuff, but I wonder how many people actually didn't know that this was Toko going into it. He entered to see the woman walking around the room gleefully, like someone strolling down a park boulevard. She peered around, breathing in the nostalgia, twirling with ladylike or rather girlish glee.
よく見れば、このテレビって。
She stared at the television inquisitively. Perhaps she had never seen a 30-inch television before. Awkwardly for Sojiro, the cathode ray tube was still displaying images of the animal kingdom. When did you realize they were sisters? I mean, I knew. I actually don't know. That's a good question. That's actually a good question. I don't think it was ever like a big realization. I just kind of knew that it was Toko Aozaki, right? I knew her last name, and then when they kept talking about Aoka Aozaki, I was like, oh yeah, Aoka Aozaki, Toko Aozaki. I kind of just, I don't know. I think in my mind it just kind of became a clear thing. I don't think there was like a big realization on my end. Yeah, I don't think there was like a big realization on my end. I think it's just kind of like something that became a fact in my head after I heard it, like the name enough. I don't think it was like anything like a big, yeah, realization on anything though. Yeah, just common last names. He wished he stopped the video before he answered the door.
もし
He blurted half a question, attempting to regain his composure. There were many questions to be answered, but he first resolved to ask her name at least. The woman turned a coldly observant gaze on him. Her intimidating eyes and long, thin eyebrows bored into Sojiro through her spectacles. Sojiro had intended no offense, but now he felt like he had chosen his words very poorly. He apologetically climbed up. Then,
やだな、宗十郎くん。もしなんてかしこまって。私そんなおばさんに見える？
she snickered. Her disapproving glare melted into a teasing smile. Of course, that wasn't true at all. It would have been more accurate to say that she had an air of an older sister. Or at least, that was what Sojiro attempted to express with body language, to which she grinned smugly.
よろしい。なら、そんな他人行儀な話し方はやめましょう。つまらないし、柄じゃないわ。
Without making a sound, she took an effortless seat on the sofa, as naturally as if she belonged there. Her posture and movements exuded sophistication, and she required no words but to instruct him to hurry along and make the tea. Without pressing her further, Sojiro headed to the kitchen. It seemed that the conversation would not proceed until the tea had been served. He chose the fauchon he'd been forced to replace once before, after using it without permission. Since she was here to see Aoko, he decided to serve her using Aoko Sevre teacup. Into the cup as blue as the ocean depths, he carefully poured the tea before returning to the drawing room. Gently, he placed the teacup on the table and faced the woman.
尋ねるのが遅れましたけど、青崎の知り合い
or whatever
かな。
Despite being told otherwise, Sojiro could not help but stand on ceremony. His clumsy effort to make the question sound casual only jumbled it further. The visitor's eyes narrowed again in displeasure.
その青崎っていうのをやめてくれない？なんだかくすぐったくて。青子でいいでしょ、呼び方は。
Oh. Let him be, let him live. The woman kept the rest of her expression indifferent as she slowly raised the cup to take a sip. Smiling, she tolerated the tea that Aoko and Alice angrily criticized as bitter and clumsily brewed. Damn. Soldier had yet to learn the society thoughtfully awarded participation trophies to people merely for trying, regardless of the outcome.
ほら、立ってないで座って。見下ろされるのは好きじゃないんだ、私。
Soldier tilted his head, noting a slight familiarity to her manner of speech. It was almost as if they'd met somewhere before. The sight of her sitting on the sofa began to stir forgotten memories. Noticing his reaction, the woman became visibly delighted.
思い出した？私もちょっと驚いたわ。青子を訪ねに来たらいつか見た君が出迎えてくるんだから。
Now that she was chuckling, Soldier remembered everything. He had only glimpsed her for a moment, but there was no mistaking it. Yep, okay. It had to be her, the woman smoking the long cigarette who had cleaned out the pachinko parlor. Yep.
あの時は私もショックだったな。宗十郎くん、目が合うなりいきなり逃げ出したでしょ。そんなに私ってこわもてなのかしらって、あの日の晩は真剣に悩んだんだから。
Still don't know why he reacted that way. We'll see. In spite of her words, she clearly enjoyed the memory. She was right. He'd mistaken her for the murderous shadow, Aoko, in the park from the previous night, and fled in mortal terror. Oh, that's why? I guess so. Even though it was clearly a case of mistaken identity, he could now see why he had them mixed up. Why he mixed them up. Okay, yeah, that was my theory back then as well.
そうか。雰囲気が似てるんだ。
And finally, Sojiro realized who the visitor was. He chided himself for not realizing it sooner.
それじゃあ、
Oh, oops. Just as he was about to say it, she held up her hand to interrupt him. She pointed at him like she was aiming a gun.
ごめんなさい。君の仕草がちょっと可愛くてからかいが過ぎちゃった。自己紹介が遅れたけど、私は青崎瞳子。
青崎瞳子。
率直に言うと、青子の実の姉ってわけね。
That figured. No wonder he'd been charmed at first sight. It wasn't hard to envision Toko as a not too distant future version of Aoko, with her smile that imparted courage to any who glimpsed it. Only, while Aoko was earnest and diligent, Toko seemed to be shrewd and playful.
あの子が困ってるって聞いてね。いい加減忠告してあげる気で、はるばるやってきたわけなのでした。
Aoko's sister chuckled coyly while sipping her tea. Lured by her charm, Sojo sat on the sofa as well. He felt like he could relax a little, now that the initial shock of an unexpected guest had subsided. And just like that, it was almost 5 in the afternoon. Aoko and Alice would be returning from their excursion soon. This was Misaki City's only subway line. Only half a year had passed since its opening, and at the end of the fairly new platform, the two girls stood. The time was 6:30 in the evening. Damn! They had been idling for about 20 minutes since returning from the Arisaka and had yet to return to street level.
青子。
There was a hint of irritation in Alice's voice.
ちょっと待って。あともう一回だけ。ね。
Aoko begged Alice, hands together, trembling from the cold. It was rare to see her act this childish. No doubt Tobimaru would consider this behavior more strange and cute if he were here. From the end of the platform, Aoko peered into the creeping darkness to where the tracks led.
あなたの趣味変わってるわ。
Alice muttered, sitting on the bench with forbearance. Any other day, and she would have been fine heading back by herself, but today she was in a good mood and decided to humor Aoko. Knowing full well that her rare spells of positivity were about as fragile as freshly falling snow, she hoped to go home while she was still in high spirits. eyes closed. Her placid demeanor conveyed her feelings well enough. Thus, the two of them waited on the platform alone for a subway train they had no intention of riding. The subway had recently opened for service. The people of Misaki were humble folk, and for now, few passengers were drawn to the novelty and high prices of the new train. Thanks to the low foot traffic, the platform was still as good as new. There was something primeval about a subway devoid of people. It was a picture of tranquility, free of human interference, not just silent, but lifeless. This is a realm unmolested by living creatures, where only speechless organisms dwelt. The harshly artificial fluorescent light underscored its soullessness. It was a cave where light ended and shadows began, where riderless vessels disappeared into the dark. The platform was wedged between two tracks, like a jetty built upon a subterranean sea. In this place, far removed from the world above, Aoko waited with eyes closed for the familiar rumble. It was she who had proposed that they delay their return and rest of the platform. The reason was simple: she wanted to see it. Aoko Azaki enjoyed the soothing sound of passing subway trains.
今年はもうライブハウスに行けそうもないし、これぐらいのわがままはいいでしょ?
She had said to Alice, her eyes still closed. Alice had neither nodded nor objected, and so they'd watched the three trains come and go. Silence fell again. Aoko waited for the next train with anticipation. Alice sat and stared at the tunnel wall patiently. According to the display board, the next train was due to arrive in 5 minutes. From the dark tunnel came wind and rumbling. Oh, quite quirky it is. A purposely placed bounded field now surrounded the platform, purposely placed. There was no sign of any station personnel, and entrances and exits were few and narrow. The lack of bystanders made the field hardly necessary. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared in front of the stairs to the surface. They all shared the same face. Motionless and with smiles like the crescent moon, they stared at Aoko and Alice. Ah, Aoko's keeping them here. Alice let out a quiet, dejected sigh.
どうかした？アリス。
どうも何も。この駅で降りたのはあなたと私だけなの。気づいていた？
そりゃね。相変わらずここの地下鉄ってば利用客が少ないって。
Aoko trailed off, tutting in annoyance.
で、そういうアリスはいつ気がついたの？
憂鬱なことにたった今よ。青子ばかり責められないわね。あなたと私が一つならこんなこともなかったのに。
つまらない例え話は口にしない。
The chairs stood in calm words, never moving or making eye contact. In contrast, the figures near the stairs began to stir. As though regressing from primates to wild beasts, they dropped prone in unison and scrambled forth like man-sized ants. They advanced as a stream, one after another. Soon, the clattering came not just from the platform entrances, but from the subway tunnel as well. At a glance, they numbered at least 30 strong. The eerie skittering multiplied, echoing off the subway walls.
信じられない。これだけの自動人形、集めたらうちどころかフランスの一等地も買えるんじゃない？
ええ。もっともこんな出来じゃ買い手は見つからないでしょうけど。
なんだ、ガラクタはガラクタか。
One of the horde leapt forward in response to Ako's insult. Two silent friends. It was a sudden charge, like a huddling dump truck. Alice remained still. As though expecting the attack, Aoko swung her right arm in an arc. The blue missile of light was easily repelled. Her magic bullet, Snap, had little to no effect on the puppets. They scrambled over each other like frogs, heads jerking and twisting in search of prey.
全部で30か。悪いけど、一人でやらせてもらうわよ、アリス。この前の実力と思われたままじゃ不愉快だ。
What do you mean? As she spoke to Alice, who was still sitting on a bench, Aoko stepped toward the edge of the platform. Among the myriad regrets she still had from the amusement park, the House of Mirrors stung the most. She had been caught off guard in her last battle against the puppet. But today, she'd come prepared and she had Alice's backup. Aoko ignited her magic crest. This time, she would restore her honor and...
私の後ろまで下がって青子。そこにいたらあなたまで食べてしまう。
All it took to stop Aoko was one raised finger. Oh.
待って、アリス、それは。
In the depths of the ocean black, the bells of night chimed out. The jetty, as if embraced by a sea god like Poseidon or Wadatsumi, became awash with white. White motes would seem to engulf everything.
青子のやり方じゃ後が残るでしょう。もうじき次の電車も来るし。それに。
Behind the white whale, her form blurred and stretched upward. She was like a melancholy ballerina. The figures surrounding the prima ballerina bristled in response to the strange aura. Though puppets were inhuman mystical vessels, they had far more reason to fear Alice than they did to the human Aoko. They began to flee. Whoever their master was, they sensed enough danger in order to retreat. Damn! However, it was too late. The dancers were captivated by their prima, transfixed in place, as if their Achilles tendons had been severed.
それに。気分を台無しにされたのはあなただけじゃないわ。
She removed her black glove. Unlike her subdued demeanor at the mansion, Alice's aura away from home was biting. Frigid blizzard that none could approach. Her discarded gloves floated down, settling on the platform deck. The pale haze grew even thicker. Terrified, the mass of shadows cried out for mercy.
さあ、ごっこ遊びをしましょう。
Bro? With a nebulous mist, a dark fairy tale came to life. Inside that fog, only the macabre melody of her voice felt real. Oh my god. Feast, grind, crunch. Oh my god. At last, the final puppet fell. On the walls, on the floor, on the ceiling. The grotesque mechanical sounds of their demise filled the air. Bro! Is that like the oil? Their twisted shrieks plastered the subway surfaces, like indelible bloodstains. Some amorphous abomination had, hastily yet just slowly enough to savor the taste, chewed and devoured all 30 puppets. Only a lone severed arm remained on the platform.
持ってきてたのあれ。
Holy! Aoko spoke sideways to Alice, making no attempt to hide their disgust. The brutal gluttony they just witnessed had a name. It was the beast of the fog. And on the tree, Great Ploy Kickshaw. Oh shit! The Mainster's Rosehound. Wondersnatch. Aoko's words stung, since Alice was the one harboring its true form. The Great Tree Ploys were terrifyingly powerful curses. While Wondersnatch had its uses in combat, Aoko was not at all amused to learn that her companion had been carrying it around town all day. Without hyperbole, it was akin to going out for dinner with a bunker buster bomb in one's pocket.
まあ、次からは一言お願いね。他のプロイならいいけど、今のやつだけは別よ。できれば洋館限定にしてほしいぐらい。
悪かったわ。でも最近何も食べさせてなかったから。
Alice walked slowly towards the severed arm. Indeed, what she had done was feed her ploy. No one had died and no blood had been shed, since the meal was made of plastic.
青子、ちょっと。
Alice picked up the arm and beckoned Aoko over.
これを見て。私たちは今まで相手を人形使いと思っていたけど。
Oh?
正確には違ったみたい。 わかる？この人形たちは新しすぎる。この子たちが作られたのは17世紀以後よ。それはそれで信じがたいことだけど。
17th century?
なんですって？
Although it sounded counterintuitive, automata typically performed better with age. Since the 17th century, the magical concept of using puppets and mannequins had declined. Consequently, it became much harder to produce combat-effective automata. 17th century plastic, yeah. If one wanted to build an automaton these days, it was far more cost-efficient to train even a low-class familiar, and it would be better constructed too. Therefore, it was common for modern puppet masters to collect parts made from before the 17th century and use them in their creations. Oh, I thought when they said it was like made recently, it was gonna be like, oh, it was made like today instead of like 3 days ago. But no, it was like, it was made 17th century. The high price of automata often came not from their antiquated combat abilities, but from the rarity of their parts used to make them. Despite that, the enemy mage controlling these puppets used them as fodder, as if they grew on trees. The only conclusion to be drawn here was that their current opponent was a spoiled upstart with wealth, but no territory. Or so Alice and Aoko imagined anyway.
それともう一つ。この構造は三崎氏の結界に似ているわ。まるで自分たちこそがこの町を守る兵士だって主張するぐらい。
Ah. Alice presented the evidence to Aoko, who was still waving fog out of her face. The revelation stirred profound surprise, and then rapid realization.
そういうことなのね。
Aoko growled, violently smashing the arm on the ground. Her face twisted with anger and a hint of fear.
惜しげもなく骨董品を出してくると思ったら、そもそも出し惜しむほどのものじゃなかったわけか。
Oh?
確かにあの女なら町の結界にも反応しないし、私の欠点も知ってて当然。視点の体育だと簡単にやってのけるわよね。
She realized it. She realized it.
だって。
Alice quietly listened to Aoko's furious rambling, bemused.
青子、これを作ったのはそうなの？
ええ。昔から物を作ることに関しちゃずば抜けていたからね、あの人は。
Chad prepared to act surprised. Aoko glared at the severed arm. She was furious at its creator, and herself for taking so long to figure it out.
でも、ようやく合点がいった。認めたくないけど、今回の敵は間違いなく私の姉貴。
What? No way!
この土地の元継承者、青崎東子その人よ、アリス。
No way. The desolate subway platform turned to silence. Aoko's words lingering uncomfortably in the air. The world's most terrifying animals. That was a creepy still there. A short time ago at the Kuonji estate, the videotape finished playing. The VCR had automatically stopped playback, foregoing the need to hit the stop button to avoid a static storm. What remained on screen was the reflection of Sojiro and Toko Aozaki, sitting opposite each other in conversation.
秘密を知られたから先生なしの直接攻撃ね。怪獣作を考えもしないのは青子らしいけど。
It was hard to tell if she was being patronizing or indifferent. Toko Aozaki took a sip from her cup as she listened to Sojiro's story. She would have savored the anecdote about the amusement park kerfuffle, were it not for the poor excuse for a cup of tea in her hands. Fair.
ありがとう。参考になったわ。
What's her plan? Because it seems like she's trying to keep them occupied. Like she's trying to stall Aoko and Alice for some reason. So, what's the plan with him here?
ここしばらく青子とは顔を合わせていなかったから、あの子がどんな風に成長したかなんて想像するしかなかったし。それと、一応肉親として謝っておかないとね。 災難に付き合わせて悪かったわ、宗十郎くん。ほんと、あの子ったら昔から迷いってものがなかったから。
なさすぎると思います。
Sojiro was enjoying the conversation despite having to relive those events. About an hour passed by while the two of them sat in conversation, neither short on topics to discuss. Aoko was an easy topic for both of them, so the conversation centered mostly around her.
ところで、さっきから気になってることがあるんだけど、
What's your relationship with Aoko? While she kept her posture dignified, Toko's eyes shone with eager curiosity. Her elegance caused Sojiro's heart to beat a little faster.
気になってることですか？
Despite his caution, he found himself speaking politely. She smiled affectionately, as if she found him pleasing.
ええ、一度目はダッシュで逃げられて驚いたけど、今日は違った意味で驚かされた。ね、そういうのが若い子たちの流行りなの？
Yeah, don't worry about that.
はい？
Don't worry about the collar. Toko tilted her head, her eyes fixated on the collar that Aoko had snug securely around his neck.
新手のチョーカー？でもどこから見ても、ほら。
The bespectacled woman made a show of holding her tongue. On a completely unrelated note, in another decade, similar accessories would become a standard part of any visual kei artist's wardrobe. True! True! That is very
まさ
fair.
かどこから見ても首輪ですよ、犬用の。
やっぱり？けどその首はすごく可愛いわ。よく似合ってるけど、自分でつけたの？
Toko stared intently, examining the strap. While he had never been very conscious of the collar till now, for some reason, Sojiro found himself blushing.
はい、つけたのは自分ですけど。
そうじゃなくて、誰からもらったの？青子？それともグオンジさん？
くれたのは
Miss Guonji.
青子ですね。
Toko nodded in satisfaction, and Sojiro's candid response.
つまり、君は青子の持ち物なわけか。
Oh, I don't know if I would say that, but she coldly muttered. With this, the cordial atmosphere began to turn cordial. Sojiro nodded, naturally oblivious to the edge in her words.
何でも所有されてるそうです。
Ooh. The blunt observation made Toko burst out laughing. Apparently, Toko was the quirky type of person to laugh when least appropriate. As her laugh tapered off into a giggle, she picked up her now empty teacup.
じゃあ、これも青子のでしょ？青っていう名前にコンプレックスがあるくせに、青いものが割と好きだから。
そうですけど、おかわりしますか？二人ともまだ帰ってきそうにありませんから。
いいえ、そろそろ帰ってくる頃よ。そういう風に仕向けたから。
So, what was your play here, Toko, then? Sojiro nodded along needlessly. Finally, the strangeness of her phrasing dawned on him, and he tilted his head in confusion. Yeah, she knows.
トウコさん？
Yeah. Toko sighed once.
ごめんね、宗十郎くん。メガネ外してもいいかしら。
You're gonna get mystic-eyed. He wondered why she would need to ask his permission, but nodded anyway.
それじゃあお言葉に甘えて。もう少しぐらいは君の反応を見ていたかったけど。
07, guys. 07. 07 in the chat. Toko touched the temples of her glasses. If one were to look closely enough, one might have noticed the scars on her slender fingers. They were small, fine scars from years of repeated cuts. Before her fingers even left the eyeglass frames, the spectacles crumbled. It happened so fast that Sojiro barely registered it. The frame cracked into pieces, sliding down her face and into her lap.
やるもんだ。30体を一瞬とはね。
The low voice belonged to someone entirely different. All she had done was take off her glasses, but her elegant grace had completely faded. Any semblance of warmth and kindness had disappeared. Sitting on the sofa was a deplorable mage, her very presence darkening the room. Sojiro sat speechless. Across from him was a completely changed Toko, glaring back at him menacingly. More malice and magical energy was now emanating from Toko than when Aoko had tried to kill Sojiro. She seemed titillated at the prospect of the boy's shock at her transformation. Such expectations, however, were often left unfulfilled when it came to Sojiro.
メガネ壊れましたね。
This guy. Sojiro blurted out in surprise. Her hand stopped as she reached for a cigarette, the wind taken out of her sails.
もったいない。大丈夫ですかそれ。
This guy.
いや、そんなものはいいんだ。多少視力が落ちたところで大ごとにはならないし。そもそも私がある限り、五感による情報にすら主観が入る。すべてこの世は霧の中だ。もともと目に見えるだけのものは信じていないたちでね。
Her speech had taken on a clinical tone. This too did not seem to shake Sojiro.
そうですか。それで、さっきの言葉の意味ですけど。
Sojiro began forming another question, unflinchingly. Toko scowled, as if she'd found a bug in her food. After some consideration, she came to the conclusion she needed to be blunt with the boy. By some twist of fate, here's a headache she now unknowingly shared with her sister.
意味も何もない。青子たちの帰り道に多少の障害を置いただけだ。
Yep.
私がここにいる間は外で足止めをするように。君は青子の持ち物だと言ったな。ならことさら丁寧に教えてやる必要もない。告白してしまうとね、宗十郎君。私が君たちの敵なんだ。
Though he understood her words, the clock's second hand would rotate fully twice over before anyone next spoke. Damn. They sat across from each other, eyes locked. Sojiro's shoulders tightened nervously. He had finally understood the true danger of the situation.
驚いた。
Toko asked with a grin. She was still the same woman, but without her glasses, Toko's smile was rather sinister.
あなたは青崎の姉なのに。
Her smile pierced them as he asked the obvious. Toko was no longer surprised that Sojiro would be more concerned about the safety of others than his own. In just one short hour, she had come to understand Sojiro Shizuki better than he knew himself.
逆だよ。姉だから敵なんだ。私には青子からあらゆる権利を奪う義務がある。物質的なものも精神的なものも、その全てを踏みにじらなければ気が済まない。
Seems like a little bit far, but okay.
尺度として言うなら、もし青子がこの町に頼っていたのなら、まず町から壊していたぐらい。けど、君のことは予想外だった。
Toko, her eyes closed, felt sorrow. Behind her troubled expression, there was a silent conflict.
世の平等に起こるべきか、偶然の出会いとやらに嘆くべきか。これも抑止力というやつかな。
Counterforce mentioned! Yo! Yo!
無垢な部外者を手にかけるのは世の常だが、この手合いにあったのは初めてだ。いや、そもそもいるなどと考えたことすらなかったな。
Toko sighed at the ceiling and stirred in her seat. She seemed to have overcome an unexpected moment of uncertainty.
君は青子の切り札には見えない。排除しておくまでもない、善良かつ無能な部外者だ。だから放っておきたいのだけど、私の六感がこう告げているんだ。
Oh, sorry. Oh. Stop releasing content during lives. More plainly put, she had made up her mind to kill him. Though Sojiro was somewhat flattered at how grossly she inflated his importance, he was struck more by the karmic irony. Toko had arrived at the same conclusion as her sister. Yeah? However, this was no time for idle thoughts. I know, Dante. Sojiro readied himself to stand up from the sofa in such a way as not to draw attention to the plan so clearly written all over his face, to make a run for it.
バカ者。こういう時は半端に動くな。逃げるならさっさと逃げる。交渉するならテコでも動くな。なんというか、そんな風に動かれると、その気がなくともつい反応してしまうだろう。ほら、命が惜しいのなら、おとなしく固まっていなさい。
殺さないんですか？
今のところはね。私は君が気に入ったし。いや、違うな。正しくはこう。私ぐらいしか君を救ってあげられないのかも、かな。
はい。
She looked the perplexed soldier straight in the eyes. Though actually brown, her eyes gleamed a piercing red, like the edge of a blade. The mystic eyes! Her mystic eyes! It was at this moment an overwhelming sense of dizziness overcame Sojiro. His mind went dumb. Nope. His mind went numb, like he couldn't tell who he was. It was like drifting into a sinister sleep from which he'd never wake. Oberon? Sojiro clenched his jaw, desperate to maintain consciousness. Toko's eyes devoured him like a bottomless pit of quicksand. In that moment, it all became clear to him. It no longer mattered that she was Aoko's sister, or that she was Alice's sworn enemy. Toko Aozaki's deadly battle with the ghosts had become his battle. Which is why, when you find yourself feeling a special spark for a stranger met mere moments ago, that feeling is not to be trusted. You may simply be attempting to fill a void shaped like yourself, with more emptiness. That's a crazy line. Sojiro tried to drag his body away from this heretofore unencountered sense of danger, but found that it would not respond. Toko tilted her head toward him, eyes fixated on his.
君の思う通り、私は君と似たところがある。それとも君が私に近いのかな。何？食べ物の好き嫌い程度の類似だが、軽視することでもない。問題は、君が私より偏っているということでね。
Biased. She clearly used a different definition of the word than the one Sojiro knew. Biased. It meant that he was alone, that he was an outsider who didn't belong in this town. A sudden and seething anger eclipsed his gentle heart.
俺、一人じゃないですけど。
Sojiro shot back with all the enmity he could muster, as he faced this witch named Toko Aozaki. If he had not, he feared he would never escape her gaze. Actually, she's not a witch. She's a mage.
だろうな。だからこそ君は偏っているんだ。早くそれに気づきなさい。一番手っ取り早い解決は、それでいいんだと認めることだ。人間なんてたくましいもんでね。別に何もかも放り投げてもうまくいくものなのさ。けれど、青子にはそれは許せない。あれは他人であれ、あらゆることを許さない人間だからな。
Wait. Humans are called creatures, no matter what life has good family to survive, but I can't tolerate them because she's the sole stranger who can stand. Toko leaned over the table. She reached out, grabbed Sojiro's collar, and roughly pulled him toward her.
いやそんなことはいいんだ。ただ純粋に私は君が欲しいと思った。君が自分の名前すら定かではないと名乗った時にね。
Hold up. Hold up. Go on.
自分の認識が不明で自分自身が不能と感じる。未来というものがとても自分に関わりのあることとは思えない。となれば必然心情は過去への逆行を試みる。しかし
Continue.
所詮ソアの前のモアのように正常な流れの前には時間旅行は押し戻されてしまう。
Sure.
それも私にあって君にあるものだ。ああ、なんて無様な私、なんて哀れな。
Toko trailed off mid-sentence. As she pulled Sojiro closer, her eyes reflecting in his, she noticed the merciful expression on her face. Sojiro got to thinking. He held no hostility towards this woman. He bore her no grudge, harbored no desire to kill her. He was aware only of his anger and aimless compassion. He wished that he could give her the answer she wanted. But
あなたの言っていることはよくわからない。
Sojiro replied apologetically. A verbal reply to the visible question he perceived in her eyes. Toko showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, the corners of her lips turned upward in delight.
そうか。君には言葉の暗示は通じないんだな。意味深なセリフ回しで丸飲みにしてやろうとも思ったが、いや失敗。小綺麗な建前は逆効果だった。君にはむき出しの原始的な語りの方が良かったんだな。
You can say it in any time you want,
いいよ。
ma'am.
ますます気に入った。
Oh. Her fingers dug into his throat as if she was staring at the leather. Perhaps it could be hers if only she could rip it off.
少年、青子なぞより私のもとに来い。
Ooh. Ooh. Choice. Give me a choice. Ooh. Ooh. What we thinking? What we thinking? What we saying? Ooh. Do we take the homewrecker? You already know this is Tobimaru in an instant. He's like, older woman, sign me up.
使い道はないが保護ぐらいはしてやろう。手が空いた時なら気晴らしに愛してやってもいい。
He had taken many approaches, but she seemed to have decided on this one. The lengths to which she went to seduce him were not lost on Sojiro, and truth be told, they were not wholly unwelcome. But back to the matter at hand.
それは
They were not wholly
お断
unwelcome.
りします。
This is that kind of choice that you would get in a visual novel that would be like a joke bad ending, like an instant bad ending. It would go on for like another like 15 minutes and just end in a bad ending, and then you can go back and continue playing the game. But Sojiro chose a direct response, as he did.
なぜ？
だってあなたのためにならない。
It wouldn't be good for you. She had confidence in that at least. He had confidence in that at least. Toko's overestimation of him aside, Sojiro knew for a fact that he had to escape this woman's clutches. This TAT could only be concluded by one of its two participants, Toko, or the individual she was currently infatuated with. on a hunch. The boy mustered all the conviction he could feign. You sure you haven't played Tsukihime before? I've played visual novels before. I know the formula. She gently removed her hand from his collar and jabbed him in the chest, causing him to topple back into the sofa.
そうか。なら仕方がない。君も青子の大切な持ち物として考えることにしよう。
The scarred red mage quietly stood up. Oh, the scarred red!
青子が帰ってくる頃だから私は行くよ。青子では私には勝てないとだけ伝えておいてくれればいい。
You mean the 30 to 45 minute bad ending? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I guess her saying I'll treat you as her property means that she's gonna basically destroy him or take him or whatever. Like she said she's gonna do for all of her property. She shouldn't have anything, right?
それはいいんですけど。
Before she left the room, Toko paused to let Sojiro continue. Like a student humbly inquiring for of a teacher. Sojiro pointed to the object in Toko's hand and asked,
そのカップどうするんです？
Bro? I mean, he can't hear the intense OST, so he doesn't know how intense the situation is. Surprised, she looked down at the teacup in her right hand that she had forgotten she was holding. She hadn't even realized that she had been holding the cup the entire time.
これ？せっかくだからもらっていく。
The act of taking something without the owner's permission is commonly referred to as theft. However, this is more like the typical relationship between Aoko and Toko. Share and share alike, and so forth. Sojiro nodded to show that he understood. Unsure if his nod was sincere or not, Toko smiled that gleeful grin for the second time since taking her glasses off.
やはり変わり種だね、君は。逸材かどうかは別の話だが。
For just a moment, she returned to the affable Toko Aozaki he met before the glasses came off. Leaving him with the image of her smile, she departed the mansion. Her broken glasses remained on the drawing room table. Ah, welcome back. Welcome back. It was an uneventful day. No sooner had the eerie visitor left did Aoko and Alice return home. Despite Aoko's sour mood, she seemed as merry as ever. Despite everything that happened and their trip having its fair share of problems, she still had fun. Whereas Alice was her usual stoic self, her manner not unlike a parent following behind a rampaging toddler, cleaning up their mess. That's a cool comparison. The scene of their return was like something out of a TV sitcom, and lost in thought, Sojiro forgot to greet them.
Sojiro, 留守中何かあった?
Aoko asked, more so out of etiquette and curiosity while removing her coat. Without answering, he stood up from the sofa.
そりゃ半日分の出来事はあったけど、それより寒かっただろう。お茶を入れようか。
ああ、お願い。こっちも一から作戦練り上げようってとこだから。
Oh. So, Sonoji, are you going to say anything? Sojiro was on his way to the kitchen to prepare the tea before even Aoko had finished her upbeat response.
なんだろう。どこか変だ。
He was following his same tea brewing routine as always, but somehow something did not feel the same. As though in a trance, Sojiro returned to the drawing room where they were settling down and placed the tea on the table.
これからどうするつもりなの？青子。
とりあえず足で探すしかないわね。あいつ相手に守りに入るのは良くない。こっちが城壁を作ってる間に一個師団の人形をこさえかねないわ。
They conversed with each other while ignoring Sojiro's presence. Upon hearing what they said, he stood up and spoke abruptly.
探すって、トウコさんを？
Bro.
それ以外誰を探すって。ちょっと、あんた、今なんて言ったの？
トウコさんなんだろ、青崎たちの敵は。さっきまでここにいた
So
よ。
nonchalant. He answered so casually, Aoko standing there dumbfounded. Alice stood up from the sofa and went to where the two of them were standing. Her typically kind and somber features unapproachable.
しずきくん、 その人何かしていった？
お茶を飲んでメガネを外して帰っていっただけだけど、あれ、よく思い出せない
Oh,
な。
he can't remember anything after the Mystic Eyes. What was once a clear memory seemed to have been scrubbed clean from his mind. The soldier was overcome by the same dizziness he had felt earlier. A sharp, dry smack echoed through the room. What snapped him out of his haze was an unexpected step from Alice.
二度は言わないわ。他人を私の家に立ち入らせないで。
You know what? Fair fucking enough. Fair enough. Deep within her eyes, beyond the normal cool indifference, was an intense fury. Realizing, however, that it was no ordinary anger, Soldier understood how careless he had been.
すまない。アリスにとってここが大事な場所なのは分かってたのに。
A heavy silence followed. Both Soldier and Alice stood there, chained to the spot by their own regret. Aoko looked on in amazement, wondering if they would stay this way all night if left alone.
姉貴を通した宗十郎も悪いけど、言ってなかったアリスも悪いでしょ。
I mean, it should have been the default. It should have been the default.
子供じゃないんだから、いつまでも反省してないで、もっと前向きに話をしない？
But yeah, let's move on now. Alice hung her head and sat back down at Aoko's insistence. Soldier stood where he was, nursing his stinging right cheek. Pain was pain, but he knew how to take a knock. More to the point, the crisp strike from Alice snapped him out of his fog, jogging his
思
memory.
い出した。
Oh,
青子じゃ私には勝てないって伝えておいてほしいって。
大した自信ね。他には？
他は基本的に世間話だったというか、あ、ソアとかモアとかよくわからないことを口にしてたな。
yeah. Considering the small talk was mostly about Aoko and her flaws, Sojiro decided it would be better to take that part to his grave.
大河と翔太？
Smart.
あの人、インドにでも行ってたのかしら。ところで宗十郎、あんた、
The Moi
姉貴に
and the
何か
Soi.
されたわね。
Aoko turned to him, glaring sharply. He had nothing to be ashamed of, but he looked away guiltily anyway.
何かって何さ？
思い出せないとか言ってたでしょ。さっきまでの態度もふわふわしてたし。そうか、メガネを外したまでは覚えてたってことは、
Mystic
曲がりでも
eyes!
見られたか。
As quickly as she had jumped to that conclusion, Aoko went quiet again, as if the information was of little importance. But it was not enough to detract Sojiro from bringing it up again. Also, one thing that I was wondering, you know how Toko can like make herself into like copies of herself from a doll and stuff? What happens to her Mystic Eyes? I'm guessing only one copy gets the Mystic Eyes, right? I'm guessing only the original has the Mystic Eyes and all the other ones don't get Mystic Eyes. That would be my guess. Unless she gets like other Mystic Eyes from like the train. She buys them and then she puts Mystic Eyes into her dolls as well. But it was not enough to detract Sojiro from bringing it up again.
青崎、魔眼ってなんだ？
Copies everything? Huh.
魔力を帯びた目のことよ。簡単なものは一時的な混乱を、上級なものは睨んだだけで相手を殺すとかね。
Eventually be kinda addressed? Okay.
ま、バロールみたいな魔眼の持ち主なんて伝説だけだろうし、そもそもそんな魔眼持ちが生まれてくるなら、私たちの悩みもあっさり終わるってものだけど。
Without further context, Aoko knew her explanation was completely lost on Sojiro.
そうね。わかりやすく言うと、私の魔眼みたいなのを目から照射するようなもんよ。
I guess. Kinda.
目から青崎か。
Sojiro's confusion deepened along with Aoko's frustration.
だから、あなた、一度目を閉じた後の瞳子の目を見たんでしょ？その一瞬で姉貴の魔眼に捕まったってこと。 目を猫名詞に入れ替える魔術師もいるけど、姉貴はそんなことする必要はないから。
Cat's Eye Stones。
あの人生まれながらの魔眼持ちだしね。さしたる準備も栄唱もなしでシャッターするだけで切り替え自由なの。
Sojiro pounded his fist in understanding. Now he thought about it. He vaguely remembered her doing something exactly like that. Everything after was foggy and muddled, and her mystic eyes seemed the only logical cause.
その話は分かったけど、瞳子さんは青崎のお姉さんなんだろう。なんで姉妹で殺し合いをしてるんだ？
He knew it was not something he should ask, but he did anyway. The question was against the rules. He had no business being involved in this dispute. Aoko closed her eyes to collect her thoughts. She decided it was best for all involved to at least share some background information, if only to head off further questions.
いいよ、話してあげる。姉貴に関わった以上、事情を説明しておかないと危ないし。
This is what I wanted to know.
けど、なんであれ聞き返すのはなしね。この件に関しては、私は私の事情を話すだけだから。
She stared out Sojiro until he nodded slowly in recognition. Knowing him, she knew this was confirmation enough. The conversation was becoming oddly friendly again, but Aoko sat up a little straighter as she was preparing to tell the tale.
姉貴の話をするってことは、私と青崎の家の話と、何より魔術と魔法の話をしないといけない。少し遠回りになるし、多言無用な内容だけど、いずれあんたの記憶は消えるから問題ないってことだ。
Yeah, fair. Oh, fuck yes. Aoko made sure to add a disclaimer as a condition for telling him the information in the first place.
魔術っていうのはね、宗十郎。いわば共通のルールなのよ。ルーンやカバラといった魔術系統は、それぞれの科目、世界共通のマニュアルだと思えばいい。教科書さえきちんと持っているのなら、あとは血脈次第で誰でも魔術師にはなれるわ。けど、魔法を使うのは別。魔法は魔術みたいに根源の渦から派生した写本じゃなくて、根源の渦に直接つながるものだから。
Okay, yeah.
この根源の渦っていうのは、宗十郎の分かるレベルに落とし込むと、まあ太陽みたいなものと考えて。遠くにあって何より初めにあるもので、それなくしては私たちは生活できないと言った。魔術っていうのはこの太陽からの恩恵を利用しただけのものよ。自然現象の模倣ないし代償が魔術の本質だから。神秘を学び実践し再現するけど、神秘そのものを作ることはできない。
Yes, you could recreate them, but not create them. Yeah.
いえ、研究の末にたどり着くんでしょうけど、そこには大きな壁がある。で、魔法っていうのは太陽そのものを扱うこと。誰にも到達できない場所に行って何者にも真似できない奇跡を起こす。お金をかけようが時間をかけようが今の人類には到達できない技術、それが魔法。次元の壁を越えるっていうか、最後まで走ってみたら全く違うルールでできた世界があって、そのルールを学んじゃったってとこかしら。
Yeah, basically just allows you to break the rules. Yep.
前に魔術に限界はないって言ったでしょ。あれは人知の及ぶ範囲なら限界はないって意味ね。対して魔法は限界だらけっていうか、一つのことしかできないけど、それも当然なの。だってこの宇宙の仕組みから仲間外れの一つっきりの
Yeah,
交
each
点な
magic
のから。
is limited to a particular thing, right?
魔術より魔法の方がすごいというのは流れ的にわかるんだけど、限界だらけなんだよな。
Yep.
限界っていうか、特例、特権、越権の類ね。汎用性はないけど、誰にもできないことを可能とする時点で、魔術世界にとっては万能とされる。
Yeah, Heaven's Fuel basically like separates the body from the soul and things like that, right? Which is something that Magecraft can do, but it can only be used for that one thing, right?
そもそも魔法は根源の渦にたどり着いた魔術師へのご褒美みたいなもので、たとえその術者に魔法を使うだけの肉体性能がなくても根源へのパスができただけで魔術的にはやりたい放題ってわけ。要は地球で一番のお金持ちになるってこと。
Soja made an appreciative sound, impressed. On the other hand, Alice looked as though she wished to make many revisions to Aoko's account. She's like,
一
blasphemy!
番の大金持ちか。じゃあどんなにお金持ちでも一番目でない以上は魔法はもらえないんだな。
まあそういうこと。時々とんでもない角度で確信をつくわねこいつ。あんたの言う通り、同じルート同じ方法で根源にたどり着いても一番目じゃないと魔法にはたどり着けない。
Third
どんな
magic,
に
yeah.
優れていても2番目以降には意味がないのよ。魔法使いが5人、いえ4人か。
5, no 4
現存
magicians.
する魔法使いが4人しかいないのは、一度使われたルートは閉ざされ
Okay,
てし
yeah.
まうから。
This is one thing that actually, I don't think. I mean, maybe it's been. I don't know if this has been ever said before. The first time that I remember actually hearing this, maybe it's been said before. I just didn't cop it or just didn't remember it. But the first time that I saw this being mentioned was in the Gigax video that I watched, because he mentioned this, and I was like, oh shit. The route ends up being, or the path to the true magic ends up being closed. After they attain it.
大
Maybe they
昔は
said
そう
it
で
in
もな
Heaven's
か
Wheel
っ
or
たって
something,
話だ
but
け
I
ど
don't
ね。
remember it. Oh.
根源への道、真理への到達に壁を作ったのは皮肉なことに人間自身だった。未知を解明すればするほどルートが閉じていくなんて、昔の魔術師たちは思いもしなかったんでしょう。
Is it because of a mystery?
でも結果はこの通り。気がついた時には後の祭りっていうか、多くの研鑽の末、この世から魔法は消えていっちゃったわけ。
それは山と町の関係に似てると思っていいのかな。
ミクロな視点で言うなら似たようなものよ。で、つい最近まで現代の魔術師たちは残された最後の席を求めていたけど、それもちょっと前にどこぞの田舎者が横取りしちゃって、椅子取りゲームはあえなく終了。
But some country bumpkin snagged it a while ago, so the little race is over. Wait, let me just see something. We built walls that stand between us and the truth. The mages of old could never have imagined the more paths would seal off, but the result was exactly that, and by the time they realized it was too late. Okay. Someone got the final magic? Yeah, so all of the paths are now blocked. All of the musical chairs are taken. Some country bumpkin. Also, she said 4. Oh, she said 5, no 4. I wonder what that's gonna mean.
あとは魔法抜きで根源にたどり着くため、地味で無意味な魔術の研究を続けることになった。
Also, I wonder why she said here that the more we explored the unknown, the more paths we would seal off. I wonder why, how did they get sealed off? But the result was exactly that by the time we realized it was too late. True magic had all but disappeared from the world. We've built walls that stand between us and the truth. I wonder how they got sealed off. It doesn't say how, it just says that it does by exploring it. Interesting.
もともと魔法なんてのを優先してたのは一部の魔術師だけで、
Mystery?
他
Okay.
の真っ当な
That
連
makes
中
more
は
sense.
とっくに見切りをつけてたんだけどね。
Mystery would make the most sense. Yeah, mystery. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Only a small faction of mages were chasing magic anyway, while the rest had already thrown in the towel.
だって魔術師にとって最終目的は根源の渦への到達であって魔法じゃないし。 そのあたり、
Yeah.
いつの間にかごっちゃになっちゃったんでしょ。
Yeah. Not
卵
every
が
mage
先か
wants to reach the root.
鶏が先かって話。
よし、全くわからないってことは分かったんで、そろそろ本題に入ってくれ。あ、けど1番目の人間しか魔法使いになれないのに、魔法使いは何人もいるのか？
Mage class?
5人いたわ。最終的に人間に残される最後の課題は5つだろうって一番初めの。
There were 5 at one time. There were 5 final tasks left to humanity. So the
青
first.
子
Don't stop her! I swear to God, Alice.
じゃあ本題ね。
Toad?
魔法と魔術の関係が分かったところで、ようやくうちの話になるんだけど。青崎の家が代々魔術師だったのは前に言ったでしょ。
They're gonna get to it later, surely. Aozaki family has been mages for
歴史的には
generations.
浅いけど、運と才能には恵まれていたのね。青崎はなんだかんだって魔法にまでたどり着いたんだから。
That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. Out of nowhere. Yeah, just 1 out of 5. Don't worry about it.
ちょっと待った。じゃあ青崎がその…
私はあくまで魔術師見習い。使えないし使う気もないわよ、魔法なんて。私はただ青崎の家を継いだだけだもの。
To be fair, she can't wield it, right? We saw it. It's the little Red Riding Hood. She called it a true magic. She also said that once she accepts it or uses it or whatever, she's not gonna stop being herself. I also wonder if Toko, if that's the reason why Toko is doing the thing that she is. Probably, right? Probably has something to do with like true magic. We'll see. Ako asserted obtusely, her voice devoid of emotion. She became a mage not to wield magic, but simply because the succession of the family's mage cat was forced on her.
とにかく根源の渦にたどり着くには何代も何代も魔術を研究しなくちゃいけない。自分独自の皮を作るようなものなんだから、もちろんその過程は果てがない。
Yeah, this is where the mage cats come
よ
in.
ほどの天賦か典型でもない限り、
Yeah.
魔法を作るなんてできないしね。そしてもし根源にたどり着いてもふさわしい後継者がいなければ一代限りの奇跡で終わってしまう。
Oh, okay. So you need someone who's like strong enough to actually wield the magic. If no one in your family is, or you yourself are not strong enough to wield it, then even if you make it there, you're gonna be like just standing there, not doing anything, being like, well, is that something gonna happen? Interesting. What happened to the Ironsburns? Oh, makes sense. That's why they had access to third magic, or like they could, yeah, they had the access to third true magic, but they never could wield it, right? Until Heavensfield. Like, Ilya.
だから魔術師は血脈を重ねて代々の魔力を時代に積み重ねていく。自分より優れた後継者を生むために。
Shinji. Okay. Aoko wrapped up the explanation by remarking that it was like producing a thoroughbred. Not that Sojiro knew what a thoroughbred was to begin with, leaving him as perplexed at the end of the story as he was at the beginning.
そうやって代を重ねて魔術師は作り上げた独自の神秘、守り続けた魔術を次の世代に伝えていくの。
Yep.
きっと最後の最後に全ての疑問を打ち消すに足る答えがあるはずだって。でも魔術師、いえ魔法使いだってみんな悟ってるのよ。自分の代でもその次の代でもきっと最後の最後の最後まで誰もゴールにはたどり着けないって結末を。それを分かっていながら魔術を研究していくのが神秘学に取り憑かれた者の宿命だって祖父はよく口にしてた。けど私の姉はそうじゃなかったみたい。
Also, all of the mages right now, all of the mage families, they're just, I mean, all of the musical seats are now taken, so like, they're just producing more heirs, and even if they want to at some point get to true magic, there's no more ways to reach it, I guess. So it kind of feels like a lot of the mage families are probably just kind of like being like, well, why the fuck are we even doing this right now? I guess we're just gonna keep doing it because it's tradition, but... She left. I can see why, hanging in the air. Alice had no response. The Aozaki family, passing down true magic. Aoko, the reluctant successor. And Toko Aozaki, her elder sister.
本当は青崎の後継者は姉貴だった。私もうちの家業が何であるかは教えられてきたけど、実践することはなかったのよ。魔術師の家系はよっぽど裕福でもない限り、基本的に一子相伝だからね。うちほんと財力的には一般家庭レベルだし。
The potential to reach the root. I think it just means that those 5 paths are closed and not that those are the only 5. Yeah, I don't know. I guess. It feels like they're coping a bit, but sure. They're like, no, guys, wait. Surely there can be more. Let's try it. But, okay, sure. Sure.
で、後継者にはより魔術に適したものが選ばれるわけだけど、姉貴は確かに天才だった。けどそれは青崎の後継者にはいらない才能だった。その代わり、私は心底青崎の後継者としてふさわしかったみたい。まあ、それはそれでどうも思わないけど、祖父がはっきりと私にくら替えしたのが15歳の冬の頃でさ。姉貴はいきなり4つ年下で、今まで魔術に関わってなかった妹に魔法の相続権利を奪われたってわけよ。
そうか、それで。
Toko said that she was obligated to take what was Aoko's. He recalled how resentful her voice had been when she said it.
あの人がどんな思いをしたか、私は本人じゃないから知らないけど、祖父と言い争って今まで愛用してたメガネを叩き壊して家を出て行ったのが3年と半年前。
Okay.
それから全く消息なしで、私は姉の代わりになったの。これが私と姉貴の争う原因でしょうね。
If humans nuked themselves back to the Stone Age, wouldn't that actually increase mystery with knowledge being lost? It should, right? I think that's how it works. Create new paths to the root. Yep. But wait, she said 3.5 years ago? It's been 3.5 years since she fought with grandfather, smashed her glasses and left her home. And I became her replacement. Okay, so she left home and after that, Aoko was named the replacement for Toko. Right? Who am I set on when I was 15? Yeah, okay. Okay. It's not like they were like a happy family and then the grandfather was like, actually, let me name Aoko as a replacement, and then Toko in rage left it. She left before it was decided that Aoko was gonna take over as an heir. Okay. Sojiro thought the story was tragic, but Aoko's voice had a tone of relief in it. Sojiro did not know exactly how he should feel bad for anyone. Who he should feel bad for anymore.
メガネを壊したか。
そう。あの人、昔はすっごく目が良かった。生まれながら魔眼を持ってたって化け物だからね。
Doesn't she say monster? Like, doesn't she say bakemono? The bitch.
祖父の期待に応えようとして無理して頑張った挙句視力が下がっちゃったみたい。
Aoko wrestled with the memory, not sure if she had everything down exactly right. Sojiro knew how well Aoko could hide her emotions, and this was not one of those moments.
けどあれに何の意味があったんだろう。メガネをジジイに叩きつけるぐらいならフィンの一撃でも叩き込めばよかったのに。
Fair? She could have smoked them.
あの人あの頃が才能のピークだったんだし、猛録したジジイなんてそれこそ一撃だったと思うんだけど。
Yeah, and just erase the Magecraft. The Magecraft. Just stop the lineage right there. Stop. If a mage dies without passing on the Magecraft, or sorry, if a magician dies without passing on their Magecraft, does the path get opened up? Sojiro shook his head, disappointed at Aoko's misjudgment of the situation.
恨みつらみの話じゃない。
Like the path to the root. No? Okay.
そのメガネは大事なものだ
Path
った
still
んだ。
closed? Oh.
だってそれは
Rip.
誰にだってわかる努力の証なんだから。それを叩きつけたんだ。痛かったんだろうな、トウコさんは。思い出を自分で壊さなくちゃいけないくらいに。
As Sojiro spoke, neither Aoko nor Alice noticed the grief he was fighting to hold in. Or more accurately, they could not understand his point of view. Yeah, that is a pretty strange one. After all, in a world where mages were raised to fight other mages, empathy was in short supply.
けどどうして今頃になって戻ってきたのかしら。青子の言う通り、トウコさんならもっと早くミサキ氏を奪えたのに。
I think the grandpa had passed already to Aoko before she fought him. I'm pretty sure it said that that happened 3.5 years ago, that fight, when she stormed out. And they said that Aoko was 15 when the crest was passed on to her. And Aoko right now I think is 17. So Aoko would have been like 13 at the time of the fight. So before the crest got passed on. "13 to 14. It would have been before. Like Aoko said, Toko could have taken Misaki City at any time she wanted to. Yeah, all good, all good. I was
そんなに土
wondering
地が
about
欲
that
し
a
かっ
bit
たのなら
as well, but yeah.
3年前に私を殺せば後継者に戻れたのに。
She wanted to descend so badly she could have come back 3 years ago, killed me and claimed her rights.
世間の荒波に揉まれて気が変わったとか？
違う。青崎は本当にわからないのか。
Sojiro shook with a faint anger. His voice changed from the boy they thought they knew.
何よ、あんたならわかるっていうの？
誰だってわかる。トウコさんは青崎が一人前になるまで待っていたんだ。自分が失ったものと同じくらい大切なものをな
That
くさ
makes
せるため
sense.
に。
That's actually insane.
そうしないとどうにもならない。そこまでしなくちゃいけないほどあの人の怒りは深かったんだ。
Sojiro gazed at him, wondering why they could not see what he could. Only he was the one who did not understand. Only he was the one that did not understand. The two girls, and above all, Toko Aozaki, denied themselves the type of relationship that other normal people are allowed to experience. Toko's actions were not fueled by hatred. While there certainly was hatred behind them, the real reason was, and always has been, Toko's pursuit of true magic. She was an ambitious and talented mage. Her hatred was only her veneer. So then, it wouldn't make sense. Thinking of her in any other way would be an insult to the elder sister who devoted her life to the study of magecraft. All of this, Aoko wanted to tell to Sojiro, but instantly stopped herself. Even if she had, Sojiro was not a mage and could never understand, and besides, arguing with him any further would not have brought her any joy. She could not have put it into words even if she had tried. And so...
やけに姉貴の肩を持つじゃない、宗十郎。もしかして一目惚れでもした？
In her own cowardly way, Aoko dodged the subject. She smirked childishly.
肩ぐらい持つ。あの人はかわいそうな人だからな。
The soldier did not take the bait. Aoko was frustrated at his reply.
なぜ？
An icy glare replaced her smile. He did not falter, only plainly stating,
だって実の妹と争わなくちゃいけないんだろ。それはかわいそうなことじゃないのか？
Yeah, Arnold. I agree. Like, from our knowledge so far, it seems like Sojiro could be right on it. It would be obviously petty and stuff, and it would make sense from a human point of view. But then also, whatever Aoko is saying is also true, right? So it just depends how human Toko is versus how much of a mage she is. And I would trust Aoko that she knows more about Toko than Sojiro does, but I don't know. We'll see. This is the source of his frustration.
確かにね。
Aoko's eyes narrowed unconsciously, as if hiding from a painful truth. This guy's a poison, she thought to herself. A poison with no antidote. With his words, he was unwittingly bringing her weakness to light.
だけど私も姉貴もそれを何とも思ってないのよ。
Like she seems very adamant that that's not the case though, so
だ
we'll
って
see.
それ以外に解決策はないんだから。
Sojiro looked down and frowned defeat. And that's sad too, he muttered. The curtain of night had already fallen. Not even an hour had passed since Toko left the estate, and Sojiro was feeling the distance between him and the girls. I also feel like how this was kind of like used to show the big gap between a normal human and a mage family. Like, and it kind of also created a rift here between them. That's interesting. Aoko and Alice felt much the same about Toko Aozaki, who seemed more elusive than a phantom.
とにかく姉貴が敵だってことは宗十郎にも分かったでしょ。ならつべこべ言わず君子危うきに近寄らずよ。まあ姉貴もあんたと会って私たちとは全くの無関係だって分かっただろうからそっちには手を出してこないでしょうけど。
Aoko seemed absolutely certain in her assessment, as if to proclaim that Sojiro had dodged a bullet. Strangely, she was placing her trust in her enemy's sense of reason.
そうかな。そうなのかな。そうだといいんだけどな。
そうだから安心なさい。昔からいらないものには手を出さないんだからあの人は。
そっか。青崎がそこまで言うなら安心する。あ、いらないものって言えば、トウコさんが青崎のティーカップをもらうって、セーブルのやつ。
ちょっと待って。あんたそれを黙って見てたっていうの？
そうだけど、やっぱりあれは奪っていったのか。
Sojiro nodded sagely while Aoko fumed. She wondered where his serious manner and tone had gone. Sojiro's frustrating absent-mindedness had returned.
しかもセーブルのカップって私の一番のお気に入り。
Aoko's face trembled violently, but as much as she wanted to, she knew better than to plant it into Sojiro's carefree face. Now, not that he was even capable, but even if Sojiro did try to stop Toko, it would have gone tragically for him.
仕方ないか。そういえばあの人、よく私の持ち物を奪っていったっ
Just a bit of a
け。
kleptomaniac.
他人のものを欲しがる癖、まだ治ってないんだ。
ん？子供の頃はみんなそうなんじゃないのか？
He wondered aloud, curiously.
そうかな。私のクレヨンとか人形とか取っても仕方ないと思うけど、どうせ粉々にしちゃうんだし。
Sojiro felt his heart jump into his mouth. The ominous foreshadowing was not lost on him. Watch out! Watch out, Sojiro!
それはどういう？
だから あの人って私の持ち物を横取りしてはぶっ壊すのが趣味なのよ。苦節14年。姉貴に目をつけられて無事だったものなんて一つもないもん。
Oh, 7 Sojura. The ominous foreshadowing was not lost on him. Listening to Aoko, Sojura recalled his conversation with Toko. He hoped he was imagining it, but he vaguely recalled her declaring Sojura Shizuki as someone's property.
それはちょっと難儀だな。
Sojura's face turned grim, not unlike a detective at the scene of a crime. A scene which left no traces of evidence or clues as to how the case could be solved.
でしょ？ひどい姉貴なのよ、あの人って。
Unaware of Sojura's turmoil, Aoko calmly sipped her tea. Sojura watched as Aoko shrugged her shoulders before looking over to the drawing room clock. No matter how heavy the mood, time kept on ticking.
明日から大変になるね。
By the way, is this still chapter 9? Jesus, okay. Muttered the undeniable victim of today's injustices. Aoko looked ready to move on from the incident, adding,
そうね。でも今はそんなことより今日の夕飯のが楽しみなんだ、私。
We need to finish this in 2 streams, guys. Alice seemed to second the opinion with her silence. Comfortable and relaxed, neither of them seemed to have any intention of leaving the sofa to prepare food. Tonight was supposed to be his night off from work. At least until midnight. Two more. But Sojura knew that until the clock struck midnight, he would be serving on hand and foot the 2 ladies of the house. For one, it would take at least another hour to prepare something to eat. And there was no way the exhausted Aoko and Alice would stand for that. So the only other option, in the end, was to have something delivered.
なんとトウコさんについていけばよかったかもしれないな、俺。
Sojura opened his wallet as he second-guessed his situation. His eyes settled on the third and final 10,000 yen bill in his wallet. It stared back at him forlornly, reluctant to leave its home. With a heavy heart, he bid it farewell. 07. Wow. Howling? I mean, okay. I would do one more if, like, there was... If we finished this, like, an hour earlier. But at this point, I'm not gonna do another one. You're cooked. I'm thinking about this. We can definitely finish main story in 2 streams, right? The problem is the extra chapter. This one's kind of long too. Okay. We can definitely do 2 chapters tomorrow and then 2 chapters Tuesday. The problem is the extra. You guys said that the extra is extremely long. Ooh. Because what this chapter here took about like 2.5 hours, and I feel like 2-ish hours. This one, chapter 9. It's extra fun. It's not as important in a way. It's not really long, but it's super fun. I mean, we can also come back to do the extra like during, let's say, the Mahoyo event or something, right? During FGO. I feel like that's fine as well. Do the 2 extras about ploys. That's short. I can do this right now. The other chapter unlocks more chapter when you read. Right now there are only 2 unlocked. The extra. Okay. I can do the ploy ones though. Real fast, because I feel like they're gonna be fast. What's a familiar?
なぜなに
黒い
What the fuck is this?
魔法のマの字も知らない全国のシャバゾウども。ヒロインにならんと高校デビューしたものの、真のヒロインにその座を奪われた青セーターども。こんばんはす。よくわからない話をよくわからない方向でレクチャーする新番組。なぜなにプロイの時間っすよ。 司会はグレート3プラス1ことコマドリザ・クルック。
Grace 3+1。
ティーチャー役にはマイ天使であるところのアリスさんをお招きしたっす。つうかここアリスさんの部屋っすね。時間になってもアリスさんがスタジオに来ないんで、アリスさんの部屋にカメラを持ち込んだっすよ。発想の転換なんす。
Outside the cage,
ゲス
good
ト
one.
が来ないならゲストの部屋でやればいいじゃない。
いいから
The fourth wheel of the
始め
top
てちょう
3.
だい。
Nice.
1秒でも早く終わらせて光より早く出ていって。
The room is a lot more pink than I thought.
照れるっすー。のたうち回るっす
なぜ？
ー。いや自分的にビジネスはすぐに終わらせてあなたとプライベートタイムに入りたいなと解釈したっす。
Sure.
信号の奥の深さってやべっすよね。正直相手や自分が何を伝えたいのか9割方は意味不っす。
そうね。私もその意見には賛成よ。
うわこの言葉知る信
The
頼感
asset. They just took the
頼
asset.
られるって時に重いっす。というか物理的に重いっす。
Okay, let's go. Actually,
Robin.
what is a familiar?
チャス。今回は処方の処方使い魔の説明っすよ。魔術音痴の一元さんに優しい授業、それが
Sure.
なぜなにプロいなわけっすね。でこの使い魔ってなんすかアリスさん。自分生まれてこの方見たことも聞いたこともないっすよ。
使い魔というのは魔術師が刺激するロボットみたいなものよ。古来から魔術師は工房にこもって研鑽を重ねるのが生りだから、信頼できるものに素材集めや外界の偵察、外敵の駆除を任せるの。
Yeah. Yeah. Like a heroic spirit, that's a type of familiar.
ただの駒使いっすね。それは弟子とは違うんすか。
違うわ。弟子というのは技を引き継いで死を超える後継者でしょ。彼らはいずれ死を超える義務があるし、死もそういうものでなければ弟子には取らないわ。でも使い魔は作られた時の性能が全てだから、成長しないものを後継ぎにはできないわ。
そっか。
That's a ghost liner to you
ど
clock
うり
tower
で自
kids.
分
Thank
何
you.
年経っても記憶容量増えないわけっすね。しかるに生まれた時からパーフェクトだったと。
Or maybe capped, maybe stagnant.
そうね。パーフェクトに役立たずね。
Damn. Rough.
使い魔の多くは小動物をベースに作られるわ。これは使い魔は術者からの魔力供給で活動するタイプが多いから、使い魔は大きいほど魔力提供を必要とする。だから魔力消費も少なく、作ってしまえば動力を自力で補充できる小動物は便利なの。
自分狩りとかしたことないっすよ。タンパク質も食物繊維もいらないっす。
あなたたちプロイはまた別のくくり。とにかく魔術師たちにとって使い魔は自分の命令を聞く
Servants.
従者、
Yup.
ペットだと思えばいいわ。このように猫や鳥、ネズミを使い魔にするのが一般的ね。
Dolls.
アリスさん、この物騒なのはどういうカテゴリーっすか。
これは戦闘用に調律された自動人形。ここまで来るとファミリアというよりセンチネルだけど、これは使い魔のセオリーから外れた特注品よ。またあなたのように人間互換できる知性を持った使い魔も特例にあたるわ。
Okay, sure.
でもそんなのは魔力の無駄ね。コストが高いだけ。大抵は術者本人が済ませた方が早かったり、もっと安い材料で代用できるから。
手段と結果を間違えるってやつっすね。じゃあ使い魔は術者より弱いんすね。あくまで前座ってことっすか。うわ、
Not
マジ
always.
使えないやつらっす。
Not always. Not when it comes to heroic
あなたら
spirits.
しい短絡思考ね、ロビン。しびれるわ。これが私の使い魔だなんてどうにかなって
Just
しまいそう。
flexing. Yep.
アリスさん、言葉は素敵なのにどうして顔が怖いんすか？
術者の10分の1ぐらいの性能しかなくても本人より強い使い魔を作ることは簡単よ。試しに今度あなたのお腹にデリンジャーを埋め込んでみましょうか。
What's a Derringer?
泣いたり笑ったり飛んだりはできなくなるけど相手を驚かせるぐらいはできるわ。
Okay. Sure.
コマドリザク
A small handgun.
かっちょいいっせー。クリスマスに大活躍の予
That's
感。
so chicken and rice.
まさに豆鉄砲ね。そのまま消費されてくれないかしら。
なんか当たりきついっす。でもこれで大まかな説明はしたっすね。使い魔は魔術師を守るロボットで、その性能は作った魔術師によってまちまちと。万能感あふれるアリスさんはともかく、青子さんが使い魔を作ったらどうなるっすか？やっぱり
The
自動
disrespect.
即自爆。
Hello? She's a magician.
ありえない過程ね。青子には使い魔を作るだけの技量はないもの。
The disrespect.
そもそも彼女は壊すことしかできないのよ。その唯一の特技を
She
使い魔
must be
に
the most
任せてしまっ
disrespected
たら
magician
存在意義も
in the
跡形
universe.
もなく壊れてしまうわ。
Out of all 5.
はあ、さりげにひどい発言っす。
Or 4.
戦闘において青子は使い魔に任せる必要がない。逆に私は戦うことはできないから。
なるほど。青子さんは青子さん自身が強い。アリスさんはアリスさんの周りが強い。
チェス、いえ、将棋で例えるなら青子は王将だけの陣営。私は
Chess.
陣営こそ強力だけど王将自体が負の能力しかないというイメージね。
Ah.
アリスさんは体力も運動神経もないうんちキャラだったっす。
Robin.
泳ぎは犬かきしかできない。鉄棒もできなければ
Wow.
自転車にも乗れない。
Wow.
体育の時間は校庭の端っこで座っているだけの簡単なお仕事。だがそれがいい。自分盗撮してるから知ってるっすよ。毎天しよう。ただ美しく。あれ
07.
失礼ね。私だって走るだけなら少しはこなせるわ。
Wow. Good job, Alice. Cute. Sponsor type Moon. Thanks, Type Moon. Thank you for that. Let's learn Ploy Kick Shaw.
こんちは。日課のマンウォッチをこなし、さっそうと円に降り立つ青い影。さしずめ鳥は舞い降りたというところっすか。今回はここ、アリスさんが指定した特設会場でレクチャーを始めるんすけど、ここどう見ても普通の円っすよね。アリスさんはどこに？
I see the gun. Okay.
遅かったわね、ロビン。出演者としての自覚はあるのかしら。
はっ、声忘れども姿はなしっす。ここには園児しかいないというのに、アリスさんはどこに？
ここよ。
What?
なぜなにプロイ。なぜなにプロイ。なぜ黙っているのかしら、ロビン。
いや、別に何でもないっす。自分的には何の違和感もなかったところが余計怖かっただけっす。さすがマイ天使であるところのアリスさん。何を着てもヤバいぐらい似合うっす。ほんとバイヤー。 ところで素朴な疑問なんすけど、ここで何を？あとなんで？
マンネリズムは良くないでしょ。おまけコーナーだからって素材を使い回すのは私の美学に反するわ。なんとか道場じゃあるまいし。
だから場所を変えたっすか。なるほど、それはおおむね理解したっす。青子さんもびっくりの浪費家ぶりっす。
Okay.
でも自分スモックよりワンピの方が好みなんすよね。ドレスみたいなの、女神っぽいの。
Wait, does this
い
work?
やスモックがダメという話ではなくてすね、あくまでイメージの問題。絵画にした時の説得力。森と鳥と少女みたいな。あ、ほら、鳥と園児じゃ園児のインパクトが強すぎて鳥にフォーカスが当たらないっつうか。
いけない、歌詞作りの途中だったわ。
ナチュラルに無視。
Where did you pull
と
that
ころ
out
で
of?
アリスさんは普段何をやってるっすか？青子さんは生徒会、シャバゾウはアルバイト、アリスさんは帰宅部っす。
見ての通りよ。時間があればプロイを作っているわ。
わあ、まんま童話の魔女のイメージっす。プロイっ
Yeah,
て
it is a cauldron.
鍋で作ってたっすか。っていうか、この匂いはチョコレート。まさかプロイってお菓子だったんすか？
あなたね、プロイのくせにプロイの仕組みを知らないの。
Maybe
気
you're
づきた
just
くは
an
なか
regular
ったけれ
bird.
ど、やっぱりただの鳥だった。
そのあたり自分でもよくわからないっす。でもプロイの仕組みはわかるっすよ。なぜなら
Oh shit.
なぜならこれからアリスさんが海より深く空より広くかっちょいい説明してくれるからっす。
本編で説明している通りよ。以上、解散。
Oh.
このコーナーの根底を崩す一言っすね。
何か意見があって？
ナイス。でもせめて概要だけでもレクチャーしてほしいっす。これじゃあこのコーナーなんとか道場以下っすよ。
それは避けたいわね。それじゃあこれがプロイキッシャーの綴り。これだけで説明になると思うのだけど、どう？
プロイキックシャー？
キックシャーの句はほとんどサイレントよ。西欧圏の子供のおもちゃ、子供騙し、軽蔑的に珍しいもの
We do?
といった意味ね。
I don't call it that. An insignificant children's toy trinket, sure.
あ、知ってるっす。それ変人の意味でも持ち。
What?
プロイも同様に西欧圏のおもちゃで、
Are those Europeans
こっ
in
ち
the room
は
with
戦
us
争
right
ごっ
now?
こに使われるもの。子供の教育用玩具の総称ね。戦略、戦術の俗語でもあり、スコットランドだとない意味もあるけれど、それは忘れて。
この2つの単語を無理やりつなげたのがプロイキッシャーなんすね。もしかしてアリスさんオリジナル？
Alice is
私の母に
original.
伝わっていた独自の魔術系統よ。魔術協会に公開して権利と利益を得るなんて
Wow.
低俗なことはしていないから。
Okay. So it's from their family. It's a unique kind of magic passed down to me from my mother.
まあ公開したところでアリスさんにしか扱えないんですけどね。マインスターの血に縛られてるっす。
Bound by the Meinster blood.
あなた、本当はちゃんと分かっているんじゃないの？
すまないっす。今何言ったのか忘れたっす。自分昔のことは未来よりあやふやっすから。
マインスターというのは何？
Yeah.
マイ女神っす。アリスさんの母君っすね。あと純潔
A
の魔女とか
pure-blooded
い
witch.
かにも
Yo,
な
Witch
セカンド
Lord.
ネームがあったっす。
Witch Lord.
でも母君ミーハーだったんすよね。流行り物に弱いというか、ルイス・キャロルの大ファンでもあったっす。
Who's Carol?
魔女は自分の代で先代から残されたプロイを自分用にチューンナップするっすよ。 ハギにキャロルにハマってたからあの始末っす。金を犯した時もノータイムで名前はアリスにしましょうなって微笑んだぐらいっすから。
When she broke the rules and had you. Okay.
呆れた。少女趣味の塊だったのね、あの人。
何言ってるっすか。シャバゾウが帰ってくると必ず目を覚ますアリスさんも負けてはいぬ。
次回のレクチャーはプロイキッシャー個別にしましょう。それじゃロビン、お店の予約をしておいて。それが済んだらチョコレートの湯煎、それが済んだら鏡の磨き、
Which is kind of children?
それが済んだらそうね電柱にでもぶつかって盛大に死んでちょうだい。
いつも通りってことっすね。アリスさんなんか当たりきついっす。
私本来はこういうキャラよ。本編では面倒だから黙っている
In
だ
the
け。
main story. Okay.
面倒って何がっすか。
あなたのようなものの知るのにいちいちカロリーを使うとか、それだけの価値があると思って。
Whoa! Too far.
たまんないっす。自分グリコのキャラメルイカだったっすね。でもそれなら舐めてほしいっす。
What?
そうね。それでも死なないか一度試してみましょうか。
Oh. But, oh, here he is.
やっぱりプロ言っておかしなんす。おめえ。
British, yeah. What's this? Oh. Crazy. That's it. Let's let the OST play because this is a banger. That's gonna be it though. What a banger. Oh man, what a banger way to end that that chapter. Holy shit. Okay, that entire extra chapter was a bit long at the beginning. I don't know if we have any other. I know that Emmanuel sent me when the extra chapters are. I know that there's obviously the final extra chapter, but I don't know if there's any in between now and then. But even if there are, I'm gonna leave them until the end because I want to focus on the purely main story right now. Yeah, because we need to get through the main story. 2 more ploy chapters. Okay, that's fine. No in between, but only. Okay, I think it's only the ploy ones, probably, right? And then the final one. So yeah, we're just gonna focus fully on the main story. I think we should be able to finish main story in the next 2 streams, so tomorrow and on Tuesday. And then Wednesday is the summoning stream. We summon for the new unit, and then we take a break, and then we can do the extra. I mean, let me think. Since we're here. Can we do the extra chapter on Friday? And then I just prolonged the break by like 2 days. And then I'm back on like probably like around the 2nd or 3rd of April. That can also be done. We'll see how it's gonna go, right? Yeah, we're gonna do 2 chapters tomorrow, 2 chapters on Tuesday, and then the rest of the time we're gonna see how it's gonna work out time wise. But I do want to do the extra as well. If worse comes to worse, we can do the extra because I'm pretty sure I don't know how the Mahoyo event story is gonna go in FGO. We can always do the extra chapter during like like after we finish, let's say Mahoya story and we still have a lot of time left or something, we can just do the extra chapter or something along those lines. It doesn't have to be like a dedicated stream. We'll see. We will see. But yeah, dude, that entire lore drop segment was awesome. But they were getting to some really cool parts, and then Alice was like, Aoko, shush. Next chapter shouldn't be too long. Okay, cool. We'll just go with the flow. Yeah, the lore was awesome here. Surely we get a witch lore next, right? Surely? You should do the extra before the FGO event? Okay, sure. Based on vibes? Okay, sure. Yeah. Surely we get just... We got the Magecraft and the magic exposition. Now we get witch exposition. Right, guys? Right? In extra? Oh, I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that. Yeah. I am really curious to see what the true magic that Aoko has does. Because obviously every true magic is very specific in what it does, so I wonder what this one's gonna be for, right? We'll see. Toby became the protagonist of Mahoya 2, Hunting for Older Women. Yo, Toby and Tokorut in Mahoya 2. Let's go. The double T, the TT route. Oh man. Yeah, that'll be insane. Yeah, that'll be like the Kenki movies with the red hair. Oh, from movie 5? Yeah, that guy. That guy. Had it on speed dial. I still have it ready from like Agartha. I set that one up for Agartha. I remember it. It was during Agartha finale that I set it up, and I still have it set up. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, this was awesome here. This was awesome. The cat's out of the bag with Toko and stuff. So I'm excited. I'm hyped. But as I said, tomorrow stream probably the same time as today, about 4 p.m. CET, and we're gonna be progressing the main story and seeing how this. We're getting to the end game, it feels like, of this, obviously, final 4 chapters. Like the final third, I guess, so... Yeah. So, it's gonna be hype, but... That's it, guys. That's it. So, yeah, see you guys tomorrow for Mahoya. Bye. Where's the button? Here it is.